Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the City of Santa Clara Council and Authorities concurrent meetings. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Roll call, Assistant City Clerk.
Welcome, everyone. Councilmember Watanabe. Here. Councilmember Shahal.
Present.
Councilmember Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember Park.
Happy New Year.
Vice Mayor Jane.
Here.
Councilmember Becker.
Here.
And Mayor Gilmore.
Here. Thank you. We have several items on closed session, and I think one of those items is going to be deferred, City Attorney. Do we talk about that now or in closed session?
You can talk about that now or when you get out.
Okay, so we're deferring item, is it 1C? Is that the one?
Correct.
So we're deferring item 1C. That's for the public's knowledge as well. But the rest we're going to discuss now. So do we have any comments, online comments about the closed session? So seeing none, there's no public comment. We'll adjourn to closed session, and we'll be back here at 5:30 for our study session. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone who's joining us online. The council is wrapping up their closed session and should be out within the next 15 minutes. So please be patient with us as the meeting shall start in about 15 minutes. Thank you.
welcome back. I'm sorry we're running late today. We are going to start now with a study session to report on the work of the City of Santa Clara's Homelessness Task Force and to gather feedback on a draft framework of the city's homelessness response plan. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of the council, in the interest of time, let me defer to the Director of Community Development, and he will walk us through the task force that has done their work, and they have a draft framework of everything. So he will walk us through. Today is just to get your input into this important subject.
Thank you. Director Crabtree, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. And joining me in our presentation today will be Adam Marcus, the Housing Division Manager for the city, as well as Homebase, who is the city's consultant, who's been very instrumental in conducting this task force process over the last 6 months and preparing the draft framework, which we're asking for your input tonight. So with that, I'll ask Adam to introduce the topic and our consultant.
Thank you, Andrew, and good evening, Mayor and City Council. Adam Marcus with the Housing and Community Services Division. About a year ago, you directed staff to form a homelessness task force to identify strategies to reduce homelessness and its impacts. During this time, staff hired a consultant, recruited a diverse task force, organized a 6-month outreach process, and produced a draft plan framework, which we'll talk more about tonight. We learned a lot during this time, and before we dive into the weeds, I did want to pause and share just a few stats from the county's 2022 point in time count to put things into perspective. One is that 85% of the people surveyed countywide lived in the county before they were homeless. 84% of those people who responded to the survey said they would be interested in housing if it was available. And lastly, the primary conditions that lead to homelessness were pretty evenly distributed between job loss, alcohol and drug use, divorce, separation, breakups, arguments with family or friends, evictions, and incarceration. This is to say that homelessness is local, that many people experiencing homelessness really do want to be housed, and that homelessness is complicated and it cuts across many systems, be it housing, health, education, employment, criminal justice, and more. Reducing homelessness is no small feat, but smaller and medium-sized cities like Santa Clara can and are playing a role in this larger effort. And we're happy to be here tonight to focus on Santa Clara's next steps. With that, we'll go ahead and start the slides. Go to slide 2, please. Next slide. As Andrew mentioned, we are joined tonight by Eli Hamilton from Homebase, Joy Ballenbin from Homebase, and we're also joined by the Director of the Office of Supportive Housing from the county, Consuelo Hernandez, and she'll be available to answer questions in that portion of the presentation. Next slide. Oh, I think we skipped the slide 2. Can we go back to slide 2 real quick? Thank you. So this is what we're going to talk about tonight. These are our goals for the study session. We're going to provide you with a little bit more data, not too much, a little bit more background information because we have gotten more information since just in the last few months. We will then, Homebase will be summarizing the community input process that was received over the 6-month period. They will go over the city's draft framework for the plan and some of the comments that we've received from both the task force and the larger community on that draft framework. And then they'll hand it back to me and I'll review some next steps on wrapping up this plan, but also a bunch of other actions that I think you'll be interested to hear about that relate to implementing the plan and bringing more resources into Santa Clara. And we'll try to keep that short and make sure there's plenty of time for public comment and of course for the city, for some questions we have for you and for you to ask questions of us so that we can get the feedback that we need to finalize and fully and sort of fill out this plan. So with that, I'm going to hand it off to Eli Hamilton with Homebase.
Great. Thank you, Adam. And thank you, Mayor, members of the council, for letting us be here for this time to share with you this process and the really great work of the task force. So we're going to start on the next slide with some background on houselessness in the city of Santa Clara, and also on some of the strategies that are already in place in the city, because we're not starting from the ground, we're starting from, with strategies already in place, and we're looking to build on those. And so next slide, please. So this graph, this slide shows data from the point in time count. And for those of you who aren't familiar, the point in time count is a visual count and also an emergency shelter census that happens usually every other year and covers the entire county. This graph shows the number of people who are experiencing houselessness on a single day in January, or in the case of 2022, in February, because of weather conditions in January, or because of actually a COVID increase in January. And then based on this point in time count data, the orange bars show the number of people in the county as a whole, and the yellow bars, which are much shorter, of course, show the number of people in the city of Santa Clara specifically that were enumerated in each year. So one of the things we can see from this slide is the number of people counted in both the county and the city of Santa Clara increased in 2019 and again in 2020. And we can also, so a little bit more about the city specific data. We know that of those 440 people who were counted in 2022, about 85% were counted while unsheltered. Next slide, please. So for a little bit more detailed information about people with connections to the city of Santa Clara who are experiencing houselessness, we can look to some data from the countywide service database, the Homeless Management Information System, or HMIS. This is a database that's used by providers across the county to record services and outcomes for unhoused and unstably housed people that they serve. So across the scope of calendar year 2021, there were 769 people reflected in HMIS with a connection to the city of Santa Clara. So either that was where they spent most of their time, that's where they lived, it's where they were when they lost their housing, it's where they go to school, it's where they work, some connection. And so of those people, those 769 individuals in HMIS, over half reported having serious physical or mental health conditions. About half reported being chronically homeless or met the definition of chronically homeless, which means that they had a disabling condition and had been unhoused for at least 12 months. And about a third reported having experience of domestic violence or trafficking. These are just some of the traumas and challenges that are reflective of the experience of the folks that are in HMIS. And then if we look at demographic breakdowns, right, age, I think is interesting. We can see that there is a significant older and aging population of people who are unhoused in the city of Santa Clara. And we can also see that the majority of folks who are unhoused are in households of adults only. So households without children, whether that's a single adult or partners or other adults that are in a household together. And then about 137 households had children in them, and there were 10 children who were served unaccompanied, so 10 minors that were on their own. Next slide, please. So some of the city strategies that are currently in place, we're going to go over on this slide and the next. This slide in particular focuses on current city work that sort of a variety of housing focused strategies. These are sort of core tied to housing work that's been happening. So there are 5 recently opened or upcoming developments that create housing that is affordable, to low-income, extremely low-income households, as well as some supportive housing for people exiting houselessness. And as you know, the Bella Vista Inn is an in-progress interim housing project that's using state home key funding. The city has a tenant-based rental assistance project at about $1 million annually. And the city also funds case management for permanent supportive housing, which serves individuals and families who are chronically homeless or have a disabling condition. And that is a contribution to the countywide permanent supportive housing system. Next slide. So the city also has current strategies to address the basic and on-the-ground human needs of people who are unhoused. There is the Santa Clara Police Department Community Response Team, which is currently the form of outreach that exists in the city of Santa Clara. Mobile shower and laundry pilot is currently in place to provide important hygiene supports for people who are living outside, investments in encampment cleanup, investments in the countywide homelessness prevention system, as well as other services such as services for domestic violence survivors and tenant education and counseling, which are really key and serve really overlapping populations. Next slide, please. So that is our quick overview of the landscape, and we're happy to answer any questions that came up for you at the end of when we get to question time. But for now, I want to pass to Joy, who's going to take us through a summary of the outreach and homelessness task force process.
Thank you, Eli.
Thanks, Eli. All right. So to go into the outreach and feedback process, on the next slide, we have some information about the Homelessness Task Force. So this group convened 6 times throughout 2022, and during these 6 meetings, the task force received some information and data on homelessness in the city of Santa Clara, existing programs and services, and the larger county homelessness system of care. They heard feedback from the community through the community engagement process, and heard from providers and people with lived experience being unhoused about the impact and effectiveness of specific program models, such as outreach, shelter, and supportive housing. They shared their own experiences with the impact of homelessness in the city, as well as identified needs, gaps, and strategies they would recommend prioritizing, and also reviewed and provided feedback on the draft strategies. So 8 homelessness task force members were selected from a pool of over 130 applicants from the community, and 5 members represented nonprofit and county partners. Task force meetings were announced via the City of Santa Clara website and were all open to the public. Next slide. So as indicated by the large number of applicants, there was really great community interest in the task force. This list reflects a variety of viewpoints, including members who have experienced housing instability and homelessness, long-term residents, homeowners, renters, and folks who have experience with providing and or receiving services, as well as a shared concern and interest in addressing the impacts of homelessness within the city. Next slide, please. So alongside the homelessness task force, there was broad engagement from the community through a range of feedback opportunities. And again, we'd like to thank the task force members for all of their work, and they also helped our team facilitate the community forum. So we've based the city plan, draft framework, and priority areas you'll see today on the following feedback sources. So we did focus groups with service providers, people with lived experience, and city staff. We held 12 interviews with people with lived experience of homelessness. We gained feedback provided through the last 5 housing task force meetings, a virtual community forum open to the public with more than 70 participants, a business community survey with more than 270 responses, public comment emails sent to Homebase throughout the entire process, as well as additional feedback and information shared with Homebase by city staff. Next slide, please. So we'll just quickly highlight some general themes of feedback and the gaps and needs identified through the process. Many of the ideas that we received from these groups and meetings focused on reducing the impacts of homelessness on the community. So parks and other public spaces don't feel safe and welcoming for all community members. We've also heard repeatedly from residents, providers, and city staff that there are not enough resources to address trash removal and public health concerns, as well as not enough funding for the Parks Department to increase trash removal services. And across the board, stakeholders have highlighted the need to increase access to mental health and substance use services and increased outreach, especially for folks who may be hesitant to initially accept those services. City staff need more resources and training to be better equipped to interact with people experiencing homelessness at parks and libraries and other public spaces. And businesses require more support to reduce business impacts. For example, safety concerns, economic impacts, and concerns about property damage. Next slide, please. And just to highlight a couple off of this slide, community members lack knowledge about resources in the community that might be available and want to know more about how to help and how to connect people to services. Also, residents want to see more affordable and supportive housing developments and ways to address community opposition to new developments. Next slide, please. So now we'll be heading into the city's draft plan framework. Next slide. So all of the strategies you'll see today are meant to address the needs and gaps that were identified by the Homelessness Task Force, all of the available data, the community feedback processes, public comments, and information from city staff. So you'll see that the strategies in the following slides consider the collective needs of all community members, are aligned with the city adopted Santa Clara County Community Plan to End Homelessness, are grounded in best practices in the field and what we know is working in other communities, and honor the lived experience of people experiencing homelessness. So in considering the breadth of feedback that was collected and the strategies that are most likely to address the feedback and needs of the community in a meaningful and long-lasting way, we identified 6 priority areas of focus for the potential strategies. Number 1, conduct proactive street outreach with the goal of assessing people for supportive housing. 2, address basic needs of people living outside, including shelter, health, and hygiene. 3, build community understanding of the causes, needs, and experience of homelessness. 4, reduce the impacts of unsheltered homelessness throughout the community. 5, fund additional interim and permanent supportive housing, as well as extremely low income or ELI housing across the city. And 6, prevent homelessness for city residents at risk. We have also heard feedback that presenting these priority areas in a numbered list suggests that they're in order of their relative priority or importance. So we also want to clarify that these areas are not currently numbered in order of priority, and this feedback will be addressed in the final report. Overall, these priority areas reflect feedback we heard repeatedly from multiple sources, therefore rising to the top in terms of most desired paths of action. We'll be reviewing each of these priority areas along with proposed strategies under each priority, and all of these strategies are meant to build off of the work that is already being done at the city level. And we recognize that there are a large number of draft strategies across the 6 priority areas. While we do want to bring you a full list of proposed strategies to review, we'll be highlighting our initial staff recommendations for where to start. So you'll see some strategies on the next slides are bolded using a darker color, and those strategies are the ones that we'll present in more detail. And they represent the places that the city may be able to have the most impact most quickly. Next slide, please. So priority area 1 is to conduct proactive street outreach with the goal of assessing people for supportive housing. Currently, as Eli said, the city police department community response team conducts outreach while not in uniform to respond to crises and connect people experiencing homelessness in the city to existing services. All of the strategies within this first priority area in the draft city plan will build off of the police department's existing efforts. So strategy 1.1 is to create a street outreach team to serve the city of Santa Clara. Multiple stakeholders acknowledge the need for more proactive street outreach to further build relationships and ensure that people are connected to services and housing as they become available. A street outreach team specific to the city will build on the police department's current efforts and fill in the gaps when the police department's interventions are limited. For example, assessing people's needs, offering specialized services, and overcoming resistance to outreach. Strategy 1.4 focuses on working with the county to ensure access to mental health and substance use services. Many community members also highlighted mental health and substance use services as a gap in the current system and a key approach to assisting people experiencing homelessness. An improved understanding of what resources are available and how to access them, and further coordination with the County Office of Supportive Housing and County's Behavioral Health Services Department will help to increase access to more timely options for responding to crises that require clinical responses or de-escalation. Next slide, please. Priority Area 2 focuses on addressing the basic needs of people living outside, including shelter, health, and hygiene, and reducing the impacts on the community. The city partners with several service providers to provide mobile shower and laundry services, case management, support services for survivors of domestic violence, and emergency shelter and transitional housing beds for youth experiencing homelessness. This priority area also responds to community concerns we heard in terms of safety issues and trash on public roads. So strategy 2.1 focuses on assessing current services being offered, such as hygiene, showers, biowaste, and laundry services that are currently underutilized to determine the best times and locations to provide these services to expand access and participation for those who need it. Strategy 2.2 focuses on using existing partnerships and pursuing new ones to expand basic needs like food, porta potties, hand washing stations, and lighting. Strategy 2.3 recognizes that people need places to be during the day as well as at night that are safe, welcoming, and protected from the elements. So for example, the city does have a warming center for folks to access. However, they're not able to access the center overnight. So expanding not only the services, but the times that they're available will assist with addressing folks' basic needs. Next slide, please. So moving on to priority area 3, builds community understanding of the causes, needs, and experience of homelessness. The city recently held the community forum event as part of the work of the task force in developing this plan and offered community members the opportunity to discuss this issue with the task force as well as their neighbors. So strategy 3.1 recognizes the importance of including people who are or have been unhoused in the decision-making process in community education. For example, the city is planning to reach out to people with lived experience to encourage interest in the upcoming City Housing Commission, with the goal of having unhoused perspectives represented in that group to give input on homelessness strategies. And strategy 3.3 addresses a very common thread of input that we heard. So a lot of community members expressed wanting to help their neighbors experiencing homelessness, but not knowing how. So this strategy focuses on coordinating volunteer or fundraising opportunities with local service providers. And I'll now pass back to Eli for the rest of our priority areas.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joy. Next slide, please. It's nice to break up presenters a little bit. I know the council has had and has an epic marathon of meetings today. So I'll try to keep the energy up for y'all.
Thank you.
Priority area 4. I wish this was more entertaining. We could have had animations, and we'll do what we can. Priority area 4. This is all about reducing impacts of specifically unsheltered houselessness in the community. I'm going to focus on 4.1, 4.3, and 4.4 mostly. These are the ones we want to bold and call out for y'all. So 4.1, protocol to triage crises and concerns. What this means is just making sure that there's a clear understanding of the folks who are called in as first responders, or that first line of response when someone is in need, when someone is unhoused, or when someone is in crisis on the street, so that there's a clear understanding of what resources are available, and that understanding is kept up to date as resources change. That can be that's a task that needs to be kept up, so that there is a clear path for, I am interacting with a person who's in crisis. I now, as a city employee, know what to do, what my next step is, and where to go. And I always know what resources are available, or I know where to go to get that. 4.3, increasing shelter and interim housing options. This is a short statement, but a big, important piece of a system of sort of homeless resources, right? This is emergency shelter. This is places for people to sleep that are not as permanent housing, but are quicker, where people can access them when they need them. And then 4.4, in exploring innovative models for safe parking. So safe parking is a strategy that is in place in several neighboring communities. And this came up throughout the community input as a recommendation and a suggestion for the task force. It really aligns with a need that is known in the city of Santa Clara, which is a significant number of RVs and folks living in vehicles who also need to be connected to supports and potential pathways to more permanent and stable and appropriate and healthy forms of housing and shelter. And so exploring innovative models for safe parking, figuring out what has worked in other communities and how that can be made to work in the city of Santa Clara. I do want to just mention a couple things about 4.5, partnering to manage the impacts of encampments, just because we know that that's, what does it mean? What does it mean to partner? Who are we partnering with? What are how does one manage impacts of encampments? This can look like, some things that are definitely already happening, right? Like garbage pickup, outreach, making contact with folks who are living in encampments to assess need and to address any impacts that the encampments are having on the community, and to figure out how the needs of the folks living in the encampment and also the needs of the surrounding neighbors can be met. Next slide, please. So priority area 5. This is a specific priority where we got feedback from a number of different stakeholders that having this as priority 5 doesn't really reflect its true importance in the scope of strategies to impact houselessness, which is very fair feedback. Priority area 5 is all about funding and creation of additional housing. Interim housing, yes, and also permanent supportive housing and extremely low income housing across the city, so affordable housing. This is also a place where we want to acknowledge the city is already engaged in a number of these strategies, right? Supporting developments in the community. I mentioned we're going over existing strategies, 5 recent or upcoming developments that are already in place. And the city is already seeking to leverage new state funding in this area, right? So the strategies that we've highlighted are, we think, ways to continue and build upon that work in the immediate future by continuing to leverage state funding, things like Home Key, which Adam's going to talk about in a bit, and continuing to support the dedication of units, but also engaging with the Housing Ready Communities program that Destination Home has sponsored, which is going out into communities to educate and to listen to community concerns, to prepare the community for potential new affordable housing and supportive housing, and also under 5.6, to make sure that when developers are creating affordable and supportive housing, there's a clear protocol, standards, guidance about how to make that new housing into the strongest neighbor it can be into the community. So both preparing communities for the development of affordable housing, and also making sure that affordable housing is a benefit and seen as a positive impact in the community. Next slide, please. And the final priority area 6, prevent homelessness for city residents at risk. This is one of the strategies in priority areas that has the potential for some of the biggest impact for the investment. So I'm going to focus on 6.1, which is about increasing the city's already in place investment in the homelessness prevention system. So the homelessness prevention system is a county-wide system. It is designed to provide as much assistance as household needs so that they don't experience houselessness, which both prevents trauma and unnecessary, economic and medical impacts for the household that would come from losing housing. But it's also the most effective way of serving folks who are unstably housed. It's before they lose housing. Okay. Those are all 6 priority areas and the strategies that we've highlighted for your attention. I know that there are a lot of strategies, as Joy said, and so some of the questions that we that we're going to pose to you at the end of the presentation are going to try to pull from you, what are the strategies that you are seeing as most impactful? What would you like to see prioritized? So, but we'll get there after a few more slides. Next slide, please. So Joy shared with you the input that we got through our community engagement process and from our task force that was used to develop the strategies. We then took those draft strategies and shared them back with the community and with the task force. And we received both public comment and task force feedback. And so that's what I've summarized here. This is what we heard from folks who read the strategies. The suggestions included revising formatting and language to be more readable, including measurable targets, timeframes, and responsible parties. So including more of an implementation component, including estimated costs and funding sources, better highlighting affordable housing as a top priority. And at the same time, we also heard don't do any more affordable housing, right? We heard both of those contradictory pieces of input because we asked a lot of people, including strategies specific to specific subpopulations like young people, older adults. Got input that safe parking should be a focus, that prevention should be emphasized. We also got feedback and input that the biggest strategy needed was to restrict where people can live outside or to increase police presence and enforcement. So as you can see, a wide range of public comment on the draft strategies. And with that, I believe I'm going to pass back to Adam for the next piece of presentation.
Thank you, Eli. We are almost at the end of the road here. So thank you for your patience. If we can go to the next slide. So this will go quickly. We wanted to make the focus of tonight really on the plan itself, but because so many of the things are happening in the next month or two, we felt like it was a good opportunity to make you aware of that. Some of these things will be coming back to you as a separate item. So as Eli mentioned, after tonight, we'll be taking feedback and working on transforming this draft or outline into a full-fledged plan. And bringing that back to City Council in this early spring for adoption. Some of the actions that you may be asking, well, what can we do now? Do we have to wait for that plan to be adopted? And the answer is there's lots that can be done simultaneously. So we will be bringing forward, it's a little confusing, but we have a second plan that we need to do for HUD. We have one-time home ARP money. It's intended to address certain aspects of homelessness. It's a one-time $1.6 million amount. And HUD is requiring that our plan for spending that money be submitted by the end of March. That's a relatively new deadline. So we will unfortunately have to bring that forward before this plan is done. So we're going to try our best not to confuse these two plans. And of course, the home ARP plan will align and be folded into the final city plan that comes a little bit later. There's also what's called the PHLA, or the California Permanent Local Housing Allocation. You can think of that kind of like CDBG money that's coming from the state. It's intended for housing construction, but it can also be used for certain services for homelessness, including outreach. And we will be bringing that back to you in February because we do have to allocate our first 2 years of funds, and we're looking at supporting the housing development with those funds. Number 3, the California Encampment Resolution Fund is a brand new fund. It is open to smaller and medium-sized cities, whereas in other cases, some of these funds only go to large cities and the county. So this is a somewhat rare opportunity for cities to go after funds. This is one that the housing and police department teams are looking into. And so we'll be bringing back more information about that as well after we meet with, after Consuelo's group, after we meet next week to hear what other cities and counties are thinking about applying for. And last but not least, there is the Home Key program. As you recall, we were directed by the City Council to look for additional Home Key opportunities, and our third round of Home Key is upon us. And we're told the application is likely going to be due in March or very shortly thereafter. And we do have a site, a county-owned site that we wanted to briefly mention tonight. And we would need to come back and talk a little bit more about that in another session. But if I can go to the next slide. I'll spend 2 slides here and then we'll end with questions. So, and I wanted to also invite and acknowledge that Consuelo Hernandez, she's the director of the county's Office of Supportive Housing. She is here with us tonight and will be able to answer your questions about this project when we get to the, I'm going to quickly move through, and then our expert, Consuelo, who's worked on several Home Key projects, can probably be the best person to answer some of your detailed questions. So with that, we do have an interim housing proposal following up on the study session from last July in 2021, I should say. We did get direction to look for other sites. As noted by Eli and Joy, we do lack sufficient emergency shelter and non-congregate interim housing in Santa Clara. As we heard from the Planning Commission, we did a study session with them as well. They were interested in protocols to ensure that new interim housing and supportive housing are good neighbors. Next slide. On the county side of things, as you know, there is a county plan to end homelessness, and strategy number 3 does call for doubling the number of shelter beds across the county. The county is also offering a challenge grant of $4 million for operating or capital expenses to help facilitate the construction of that new shelter. The county owns the site at Lawrence and Benton Street. I'll show you a picture of it on the next slide, and is interested in partnering with Sobrato and Life Moves to develop an interim housing site. Sobrato and Life Moves have proposed 80 to 120 housing units, plus a wide variety of support services on site. And of course, Home Key Round 3 applications are due in March, and they do require a government co-sponsor in order to move forward. Next slide. And that's a picture. You can see to the west is Lawrence Expressway. To the north is a small commercial strip. To the east, to the west, residential and a church. And then to the south is the Calabasas Creek Canal for the site. Next slide. And with that, we're done with our slides. And we'd like to share these sort of initial questions. Of course, we're happy to answer your questions, but our questions would be, do you have any thoughts about this proposed interim housing site? If, the county will be working with the developers to do some neighborhood outreach and with city staff to do some neighborhood outreach later this month. But of course, if we are to partner and support this project that could leverage tens of millions of dollars and bring that into Santa Clara, we would need the count to come back to council probably in February for a more formal action there. Are there any needs and gaps that we missed? Should we add, delete, or edit any strategies? And are there key priorities that you think should be emphasized? And with that, we will stop talking and turn it back to the City Council for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Adam and Joy and Eli and everyone on the homelessness task force and home base for all of your outreach in our community and this excellent status report so far. I think that all of us have a lot of feelings and issues and questions about how we can make things better for our unhoused population in Santa Clara. So I think that I'm going to start with just the council questions. We'll go through each council member that has a question and then have you answer them afterwards, and then we'll go to the public. So I'm going to start, I'll hold my questions till after the council's had an opportunity to weigh in. We'll start with Vice Mayor Sudge Jane.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, on the interim housing site, I think it's a great site. With the White Oak Lane, that was supposed to be for families. There had to be a child in the unit. And I was wondering if that's a strategy that we're proposing here. Another thing that I saw that was sort of a failing of the White Oak Lane project was that while it was on the Sunnyvale border, it didn't seem like Sunnyvale was plugged in to help with some of the long-term costs of the support part of the supportive housing. I thought it was a great project. I'm sorry to see that it was not accepted, but this seems like a pretty good site. I'm very much in favor of a Life Move site. I think Sobrato is a good partner. I think we do need to do a good amount of community outreach so that we don't have a problem that we had at the corner of Monroe and San Tomas a few years ago. And then I have some comments and questions on the things that I like. I really like the idea of, well, my top priority is to prevent homelessness for city residents at risk. Because I think once you become homeless and you're on the street, there's a downward spiral, a very quick downward spiral to PTSD and substance abuse. So to me, that's probably the top priority. And then outreach is very key. I did like the idea of trash pickup, dumpsters near encampments. And then I'm a personal fan of storage options because I think that people's personal goods, their documents get trashed and stolen in these communities. But I guess I'm going to say that I looked at the latest report that was given to this Mountain View City Council in December, and they've allocated $11 million of city funds since 2016, and they hired a human services manager. So I would be very eager for the city of Santa Clara to hire a human services manager that then would coordinate this. We talked about a one-stop place to coordinate all of these activities. What I liked in the Mountain View plan was the mobile medical unit, and then the backpack/street medicine that goes out every day and assesses the health of them. And then I think what they did was kind of unique was they gave out 123 power stations, battery packs to charge phones, and 109 solar panels to charge phones. So I thought that was kind of interesting. I guess those are my comments. My question is, do you have a budget and do you have metrics? You know, one of the amazing things I saw in the Mountain View plan was that they actually took from their point in time count, they actually reduced their homelessness population. In 2019, it was 606, and it went down to 346, a drop in 43% through the actions that Mountain View had taken. So when people say that you can't even make a dent in this problem, I'm just going to point to this data from Mountain View. And then for the street-by-street vehicle count of people living in vehicles, it went from 299 in February of 2020 down to 208 in August of 2022. So they have safe parking and they have other programs to, and they actually send food out. They actually have a program where they actually deliver food to RVs. So those are kind of some ideas, but for me, the main thing is we need to be data-based, data-driven, look at metrics like these, and I would like to see some sort of proposed budget for what these priorities might entail. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much for this great presentation. I really enjoyed it. Adam, Eli, and Joy, very, very informative. And I did take a look at the draft plan that was circulated there not too long ago. What you presented today, you've got a lot of great ideas and a lot of things that have already been put in place. I was wondering if you might have some feedback on how the mobile shower and the laundry service was going. I saw it advertised in the library, in the Northside Library one day, and it was in the Bassett Street, Lafayette area, and I was just curious to know how the program is going, and do we know where we are in terms of the budget? How much money is left, and when the city might need to supplement that again, provided it's a program that's going well, and I do hope that it is. Not too long ago, I heard a story on KQED about homelessness and some ideas that other municipalities had about how to prevent people from becoming homeless. And one of them, they talked about how people are just one paycheck from being homeless sometimes. And it may take them just having a simple car repair that would keep their car running so that they could get to the job, so they have the money then to stay housed. And so what the plan was a money being set aside that people could apply for, whether it's $500 or $200, whatever it is that they need, that would keep them housed. And so that, we just don't have this, the situation perpetuating. So I'm wondering if there is anything like that, if you've explored anything like that. Let me see. I love the idea about stronger protections against eviction. Let me see. Another thing I was just talking about with a resident about internet connections. That is huge in terms of people having access to the internet, and I guess there's some funding out there through the American Rescue Plan to install the ability to be able to install like dark fiber in areas that where the community, it's a low-income community that may not have access to affordable internet access. And so I'm wondering if you have looked into that at all or come across any information about that. But it's a dark fiber network, and this resident was hoping that we could implement something like that in Santa Clara and some of our low-income housing areas, and that maybe some of these unhoused people might have access to, be able to have access to as well. I too like the location, the proposed location of the
the housing project, the home key housing project there on Benton and Lawrence. I think it's quite readily accessible to some transportation, even walking distance to El Camino. And so I think that's a good location. I think currently they sell Christmas trees there during the holidays, but I think that's a good location. And then just lastly, there's a thought that I had, and I think I've mentioned this to Director Crabtree in the past, especially when the pandemic first came about, and the whole working population change. A lot of people are working from home now. We've got this hybrid model. Some companies may just move totally out of facilities that they've been using. And is there any way possible? I know that property is expensive in Silicon Valley, but there are a lot of buildings that have already been built. And instead of them going to waste or just sitting there useless, is there any way that we could repurpose some of those buildings to turn them into temporary housing or permanent housing, or just make them somehow available as a stopgap measure to get people off the street, and maybe even some of the parking lots that they use that people could park in or use for safe parking. So those are my thoughts. And again, thank you for all the hard work that you've done. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I was trying to take good notes as well. I found it very interesting that 85% of those homeless within Santa Clara had lived here. And I tried to catch, I think you said 84% would accept housing. And what I've heard in the past is some of the problems with some of what's offered is people don't want to keep the rules, and that goes on to the problem that you mentioned then with substance abuse and with mental health. And when I ask the police chief, former police chief, about this, what percentage of the unhoused had substance abuse problems, he guessed it was 90%. And also an officer within who I was talking to just this summer made a comment that they're frustrated when they see someone that has been unhoused, got help, and then several months later they're back out on the street again. And that worried me if we have a revolving door. I had the opportunity to talk with someone who was unhoused, who grew up here, and their comment was very interesting to me. They said, as long as you make it easy, there's no reason to change. Now, that was this person's perspective. I found that interesting. Right behind my house, we have some redevelopment going on, and there's been trespassing and even arson. And there's been some arrests as well there. So that is a concern, that there's fences being broken down and private property. And they're and right in that same area, Calabasas Creek, Calabasas Boulevard, and El Camino, because you have a jurisdiction reality between the creeks and the city. And the water district even made the fence higher, and it didn't seem to make any difference. Things were just thrown back and forth because one side, the city has jurisdiction, one side, the Valley Water does. And that was a problem. And just this week, a past acquaintance called me and wanted to live with me because they said they didn't have anywhere to be. And when I checked into this reality, this person has gone off their medication and will not accept the help or the housing that has been offered, and is delusional. So you made a comment about underutilized facilities, and I wasn't quite clear where that underutilized, was that the shower? Because I know my church looked into allowing people to park at the back of the parking lot. But then the city turned around and said there were all sorts of requirements that the church had to provide to allow that, even on their private property. And one of them was restroom facilities, and the church can't do that because that would mean people would be in the building and it became a liability. So they shelved that idea because of that. So I'm wondering if some of our stipulations are limiting some of our options. The Lawrence and Benton, the property that you mentioned that is owned by the county, I wondered what the cost was, because that was one of my biggest concerns with there on the White Oak property, was the cost for the city would have been around, estimated at least $4 million, and we often know that that goes up. So would there be any cost directly to the city for some kind of a proposal? We need to understand that. I thought it was interesting that you showed on your first slide that the homelessness went up in the county, but in Santa Clara it went down and then went back up. It didn't seem to be tied directly, and I wondered if there were any thoughts on that. It could have gone up because of the pandemic, which might be a possibility, but it looked like it was starting to go down, and no, it's not. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, everyone, for the report and presentation. So, good report. And one thing I want to emphasize as a comment is we should be taking proactive steps to make sure that people do not fall into homelessness. That is a very big thing. If we can prevent it, because once they fall into that thing, it's pretty difficult for them to come back, and they have consequential issues like their developmental health issues and other issues for that matter. Regarding Lawrence and Benton site, I would say we should be very proactive in reaching out to the community and showing the benefits and taking their feedback, like what is their feedback, and proactively acting on that feedback on our plans, what we want to do on that site. Because that feedback is very, very important. Feedback is important, and telling them is important, that what we are trying to do on that. Encampment areas, trash collection, that is providing some amenities, that is very important, because they will be there, encampments will be there, but if we want to keep it clean and provide some services, we have to be proactive in providing those to those areas, basically. One thing I am asking this group or the advocates of homelessness, any of the groups, is to find out a way to have financial feasible studies. Right now, Santa Clara has 15% mandated affordable housing component in any new development. How can we increase that to 25, 20%? Because unless we do that, we will not be spreading the solution of the problem to everywhere. If we can increase that component, and if we have a financial feasibility study from any group, and because one of the main issue which developers come, oh, it's not feasible, it's not financially feasible. But we need the advocate from the homelessness side that it is feasible, and these are the numbers, so that we can counter that issue, and we are able to come up with the higher percentage of affordable housing in each and every development in future. I was looking at the TBRA assistance program from the city, a tenant-based rental assistance program. So one of the conditions on that is that they have to be the employed at that time. And that is like, that's good if they can be employed and they want to take financial help. But what if somebody got laid off and we need to take care of him or her or the family. So we need to include that component also. If somebody got laid off and they are in a verge of getting out of, so TBRA should include that component also. That's my suggestion on that. The other thing is there should be a cheat sheet. I browse our website. We have various components at different places, and county may be having the same thing. So is there a one-pager cheat sheet where we can say, hey, this is the county point to contact somebody. This is the city point to contact somebody. And this is not only city of Santa Clara, we can say city of Sunnyvale, city of main points, and where people can contact easily from that particular website, so that it's very communicative and everybody can be making use of that site, basically. And one question I have is, I saw in 2022 or whatever the data we had 440 homeless people in Santa Clara. And then I saw the other report, we had 769 affiliated with Santa Clara. So I want to find out the difference. What is the difference between the affiliated 769 versus 440 in Santa Clara? So that would help us to basically dwell into the data. Oh, okay, these persons are moving out of Santa Clara, but they're from Santa Clara, but they're homeless in other city, basically. So I want some clarification on that. Those are my questions and suggestions. Thank you very much again.
Thank you. Councilmember Park.
Thank you very much for the report, and thank you very much for your work, and thank you very much for the work that you're doing even outside the task force. I had a thought several weeks ago that unhoused people should actually be referred to as people unhoused, to emphasize that they're people first. And I think that by treating them as objects or a problem, we're actually not looking at the things that we can do immediately to help them. And there are a lot more children out there than people can imagine. I know that there are a lot of people who will not respond to a survey because they've either had experiences that don't cause them to want to reach out, or they no longer believe that that's helpful. So I believe the numbers are very underrepresented. But I have some questions, like, do we know, and I think some council members have brought this up, but do we know how and why the homeless numbers go down? Like, are we capturing the exits? Like, we're assuming that the homelessness numbers are going down, and that's a good thing. But I can imagine, especially during these rains, that homeless numbers could go down for other reasons that aren't as nice. Do we have a list and contact information, for example, for unhoused people that can help other unhoused people? Because I know that a lot of unhoused people won't accept help from people who they don't think are part of their community, but I have met a number of unhoused people who are helping other people by doing simple things such as finding places to charge their phones, sharing food, fixing their bikes, giving them bikes. And I think that's something, I think those people are very valuable. In fact, there's a guy that often goes to Ganesha. We call him Mike on the bike. He has a bike and he has all of his tools in the back. And if anybody else has a bike, you find Mike on the bike and you can get your bike fixed. He's homeless too. And I know that, finding other homeless people or other unhoused people that unhoused people can go to for help is good, because even if it only provides safety in numbers, it provides something. It provides a community that will stay with them when the people who aren't unhoused go back to their homes, their families. So I think that's something that we need to look at. Do we have a list of businesses or resources that we can direct people to in each district? I would like to see that. I mean, I know businesses like Ganesha and even Sarah's Kitchen that help unhoused people that they've built relationships with. Like, this is how I know most of their people's names. The names that they give me before I meet, other people are often different. They tell me it's Raymond, but it's really James or something like that. But I think that it'd be really nice to find businesses, and there are, like I said, Sarah's Kitchen helps people that they know are unhoused right in their neighborhood. And it would be nice to try to expand that, see if they're willing to look at other things and maybe even provide subsidy as part of that program. Meaning I'd like to find businesses that have work, stay, food, credit programs so that Another thing that I'd like to do is transition the unhoused, not just so we're providing services for them, but transition them back into a community where they can go shopping for themselves and they can find, they don't just get clothes that are donated to them, but they can pick their own clothes, against some credit out there. And I could think of programs like Goodwill, Salvation Army that maybe, provide things like that. I mean, those are free, but it would be really nice if they had shopping days where people can come in and pick the clothes they want as opposed to be given something. Likewise, is there a list of schools or education centers or even library programs that unhoused people can go to get job skills or training or education? I mean, a lot of people tend to think or look at unhoused people as incapable. But there are a lot of unhoused people out there that the only reason that they're unhoused is that they don't have some place to go. And I think that if we can help them with education, maybe they lost their job. The job that they had before doesn't exist anymore, but there are other things that they can do. I would like to find ways to transition them out of where they were to someplace new. Have we considered RVs in abandoned office parcels like parking lots? I see a lot of abandoned parking lots. And during the weekdays, I see a lot of churches that, I know they have programs, but not all the time. But it would be really nice to have lots and times during the day that people can go and know that they will not be disturbed during this time if they're, there's rules or there's regulations, and they know that, by 6 p.m. or by 4 p.m. or by 3 p.m. every day, you must be gone. Just knowing that they have a, short time where they can collect themselves, go to that's safe would be really nice. I'd like to find opportunities. I mean, maybe within the city, we can create a position whose whole purpose is to find external funding, and maybe that role could be partially subsidized by the funding that they find. And maybe we should find ways to support encampments. Like, we would like encampments to go away, but until there are more rooms than there are people who need rooms, I think that encampments are going to be a reality. There are a lot of people out there that, they're unhoused by choice. I met one young man who, he has a family, but the family issues that he has prevent him from wanting to go to live at his house. So he chooses to live someplace else and even go back where he can, when he can. And I think that rather than say, you've got to clear out of here and we're going to keep making you move, maybe we should find a way to support encampments where where encampments are supportable. I'm not saying that those are permanent, like we would like that not to be the case, but I think the reality is we can't clear out all encampments, and we need to find ways to support the people that are there, even if we don't like the places where they are living. But again, you don't have to look for homelessness. You don't have to look for unhoused people. I really wish that people would have conversations, even if they're uncomfortable. I wish we built up communities, we built up relationships so that we can have uncomfortable conversations with, neighbors, friends, colleagues, the people around us, and find out what the needs are. Because, if they're coming to you because they've lost their house, or they're coming to you because, they have to. There's nowhere else to go. That's, I think, at least one step too late. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other council members? Okay, I'll just make my comments short, because I know we have, if you're hearing screaming in the background, we have a whole football team of children waiting to come in. So first of all, I want to again thank the task force and home base for the outreach and the draft response plan. I think it's an excellent plan. I get a lot of information from our residents in the city, as well as I happened to just finish an election. I did a lot of walking through all the neighborhoods throughout the entire city. And I have seen the response from our community from anywhere from sympathetic, a lot of empathy about our unhoused residents, to complete intolerance of our unhoused residents, and then everything in between. So I think that it's something that, whatever we do, we're not going to make everyone happy. I mean, that's the situation that we're in right now. But the fact is, we have a real issue in our city, and it's causing real issues in neighborhoods and businesses and everything else that we need to deal with. So I think the city has to take a more direct role than we ever have in the past. One of the things that I'm looking at is, of course, increasing the shelter and interim housing options that we really don't have many. And that's something that when we do want to help people on an emergency basis, we really don't have the resources. So I like the fact that that's been identified, as well as the safe parking situations, which we really don't have that either. So we have, those are things I think we can deal with on a more immediate basis to help. My question, though, is the team that you talked about, the community team, to go out and identify unhoused individuals. I wasn't sure if that was just the police department or if the committee's going to propose, other individuals to go out, because I think it's a bigger job than the police department alone. Also, I wanted to know what the responsibility of the county has in the strategies that you're proposing, most especially any funding mechanisms, because I know the county is funded for these types of issues. And since the pandemic, a lot has changed in our city, where our city employees now are having a more direct role in the unhoused situation more than ever before. So, I'm also looking for funding options for us to help us with our situation and what the county's role and what their participation is going to be. But I do believe that we can take responsibility, take a lot more responsibility than we have in the past, and to help the individuals that need help, which again helps our residents and our businesses and our overall community in the long run. I am very open to the project on Benton and Lawrence Expressway, very much open to that. So I look forward to getting that before us. But those are just my comments for now. And I'm hoping that our group here, whether it's Eli, Joy, Adam, Consuelo, Andrew, anyone, can answer these questions in an expeditious manner so that we can get on with our council meeting as well. We have a lot of young people that need to go to bed at a reasonable hour, so thank you.
All right, well, to help with that process, maybe I'll try to kind of play quarterback here a little bit, and I'll just go one by one so we can kind of be orderly here. And I do want to make sure Consuelo has an opportunity to answer some of these questions, because we're lucky to have her here tonight. So going back to Councilmember Jane's questions, I think the first question was about whether the interim site could or would require families or not. Consuelo, do you have any thoughts on that?
Thanks, Adam. We don't actually have a plan for the site yet. So your feedback this evening is very helpful as we start to design the target population for this property.
Okay, and then another question about budget and data-based metrics. I think the short answer is we don't have a budget, but I think because we know that, the general fund is stretched, we know that there's other funds outside of the city that are available. That's really where I think staff is focusing first, is the home ARP, the PLHA, the home key, and then the HR or ERF. So I think, we're looking at those because they're right in front of us, but I think it's a fair point that it would be helpful to put it all in one place and to show it. And to answer your question, we've spent about 1.4 million in the last year. When you think about some of our which is mostly CDBG home, some of our special revenue funds, including the Affordable Housing Fund, Housing Successor Fund, Housing Authority Fund, and only 3 from the general fund are funded by the general fund, which is United Way, landlord mediation, and of course, this planning process. So most of the things that we do are not funded by the general plan at this time. Well, I think those were the main questions from Councilmember Jane. For Councilmember Watanabe, the feedback on the mobile shower service, I did speak with the provider this afternoon. As always is the case when they begin these services, they do start off slow. It takes time to get the word out. It takes time to build the trust that it's going to be there every week. We did have low numbers in the beginning, like literally 1 or 2 people coming per session. This is a weekly 4-hour session. But those numbers did go up. We did change the time. We went from a morning session on Thursday mornings to now an afternoon session, which has helped. And so we are now looking at an average of about 9 unduplicated individuals per month who are using the service. And when I asked what the average usage is across all their sites across San Mateo, Santa Clara counties, they said, it's about 15 per month. And so, there are outliers like San Jose where they have much bigger sites, much bigger usage. So, it's going in the right direction, but still looking for ways to couple that with other services and potentially think about ways to make it more accessible. And I think maybe Andrew, if you want to answer the question about repurposing commercial property for temporary shelter.
Yeah, I'll try to give a quick answer. Just first off, there may be challenges in terms of buildings that are not really built to be residential in nature, and with the building code, and do they have adequate restrooms, smoke detection systems where people are sleeping. All those can be challenges around that. And then a lot of times, there's a property owner who may have alternate interests in terms of what they want to do with their building. And since these are private properties, that comes into place. But it's something that the city, the department could support a process to potentially look at some of those sites. Sometimes, and we do, have a number of our specific plans that are supporting sort of the conversion of industrial office buildings into residential neighborhoods. So there could be a process to do that, but it may not. I understand the interest in the question is, could it be easy to go in and do something like that? There are likely challenges, and I'd also say on the developer side, if you call it, people who do affordable housing development work under certain sort of models, with the funding that's available from the state or other agencies, county and so forth, and so that would be kind of like a new type of development. I don't think there's really a robust industry to take on at this point. So just some of the challenges with that, but we appreciate the idea, and we'll continue to include that in our thinking process and consideration of what are the best strategies for the city to move forward with, what should we be prioritizing in terms of our resources. And sort of related to that, there was the questions about safe parking. We're also open to the city can allow safe parking currently under our zoning code through a use permit process. That's something we could potentially expand upon, and we'll continue to evaluate that. We did spend some time looking into what other communities have done, some research, so we're familiar with what the best practices are out there.
Thanks, Andrew. Moving on to Councilmember Hardy's question. I wanted to clarify that the statistic I shared at the very beginning was county level. So we don't really have great data at the local level beyond just those high level numbers. So, we have to kind of, so I think the anecdotal information and the real life frontline experience that you're hearing from the police department is absolutely the best information. Their frontline, they see it every day. So I don't in any way mean to contradict that. Just want to make sure that that's clear. I don't think we know for sure why the numbers have changed. I think the pandemic and some of the related economic fallout from that is definitely part of it. And maybe Consuelo may have something to add there, but I don't think the staff at the city really has a good answer for why it's going up or why it has gone up. And in terms of maybe Consuelo, there's a couple of questions that Councilmember Hardy asked about the Lawrence and Benton project, which is, would there be a cost to the city? If so, what? And are the county and city numbers tied together or related?
Thanks, Adam. And for the questions here, I do think that there was an impact because of the pandemic, but there were also other factors that we should consider. Mountain View opened their home key site, and we focused a lot in this general area in terms of referring unhoused individuals. We also opened the Calabasas permanent supportive housing site, and we worked with the police department to target specific areas in the city of Santa Clara. So that could be some of the factors why the numbers changed. We also had a really robust homelessness prevention strategy, and Santa Clara benefited from that, meaning that we were preventing people from becoming homeless. But we don't have the correct answer, and I'm sure Eli and Joy would agree that as much as we look at the data, there's things that we just don't know why they change. In terms of the cost or the impact to the city for the potential home key site, this is really the next stage of our work. Now that we've heard from the council that there's interest to kick off a community engagement, we'll know more after we have a few sessions with the community and come back to the council with the proposal, including what the county's commitment to support the potential project. I think the mayor has similar questions, Adam. The county's here and ready to provide the technical assistance, leveraging other county resources, and access to funding that's available at the state that maybe the city is not aware of, that we want to make sure that we build those bridges with other funding sources. We also have a tremendous interest from the private sector to provide one-time funding. So we want to look at all of that and then come together and come up with a budget ask or a proposal or strategy, including what that means for the city.
Thanks, Consuelo. Moving on to Councilmember Chahal's question. Andrew may know better than me in terms of the latest study relating to our inclusionary ordinance. And I know there's been some, the housing element will be coming forward later this month that's intending to address that. Andrew, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, we did have a city hired economist look at the feasibility of increasing our inclusionary requirements about a year and a half to 2 years ago. And some of the information was presented to the council at that time. The market conditions did suggest that it would be difficult to make changes other than the one that we've seen implemented in some of our specific plans of moving from an average with the 15% across all income levels at like an 80 or 100% AMI to actually having 5% in low, 5% very low, and 5% moderate sort of assigned. So we did have that discussion with the council. I would note that the state, if you do increase your inclusionary requirement to 20% or more, the state has a review process for that because the state has expressed some concerns that high inclusionary requirements could be an impediment to building housing. Market rate housing, could make projects infeasible. So there's kind of a challenge there, and you have to sort of find the sweet spot where you're able to leverage the market rate projects as much as possible to get the inclusionary units, but then not putting too much of a requirement on them that they don't move forward. And the state has there's some concerns there. Also in terms of where we retain land use discretion, higher affordability requirements can sort of take projects out of that requirement. That may be another consideration. So I would say that, if this is an ongoing interest of the council, it's something we can explore further. But, it would be another little bit of work to bring in a consultant and do another feasibility analysis if that's the interest of the council.
Thanks, Andrew. I know Eli wanted to respond to Councilmember Watanabe's question about whether there were additional financial assistance tools for prevention.
Adam, can I ask that you expedite these answers a little bit, because we're getting a young mob out there that's ready to come in. Thank you.
Yeah, so Councilmember Watanabe asked about, are there resources available for financial assistance for like the car that needs to be fixed or the crisis event that happens to keep people from losing their housing as a result? Just wanted to quickly say, yes, there is. I didn't get to give a lot of detail, but the homelessness prevention system is a countywide system designed to do just that, to figure out what's going to keep someone in housing and to provide it. And one of our strong recommendations is to increase investment in that system.
Yeah, increase what we already fund, what the city already funds. Thank you. To quickly respond to Councilmember Park and Mayor Gilmore, the county does measure exits, and so we are collaborating with the county, and we can provide the full kind of dashboard that the county gives us. We tried to sort of reduce it for tonight, so we can share that information. Great ideas about sort of having unhoused people help unhoused people, and we know there's at least one organization locally that is focused on that, and the person who leads that actually was on the task force. So definitely something we can look into. I don't think we can answer all the questions, unfortunately, today, but I think I'm just trying to hit the major ones. And then in terms of Mayor Gilmore, I think the last question we'll respond to is just about the responsibility the county has in any of these strategies and funding, and I'll turn that over to Consuelo if she has any last thoughts.
Thanks, Adam. Just to wrap up, similar to what I said earlier, this is part of our hopes that we can develop a partnership with the city and the Life Moves partnership with John Sobrato. And we'll come back to the council with some offerings of what the county can provide.
Great. Thanks, everyone. We'll turn it back to you, Mayor.
Thank you. So I appreciate all those answers. Thank you for being patient with us as well. I'm going to ask if there's any public members that want to speak on this, and then I'm going to, after that, go to Councilmember Becker, who hasn't had an opportunity to say anything or ask questions. And then I'm going to ask you, Adam, for just to let the public know what the next steps are. So we'll go to the public now. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on this issue? I don't see any hands. Do we have any public comments? Oh, here we have a hand now. Tom, go ahead, Tom.
Hello, everybody. Yeah, thanks very much for this presentation. I appreciate it. And Adam, you're fantastic, along with Joy and Andrew, and Eli, especially. It's a wonderful presentation. One question: have you included seniors in the homeless? And can you break out a senior? How many seniors are homeless? And that would be, let's be liberal. I'm thinking more of a 60-year-old senior, not a 50-year-old senior. Can you answer that, please?
We'll get to that after. So thank you, Tom.
Yes.
Is there any other comments? Do you have any comments? I'm going to go to Councilmember Becker in case he has questions, and then we'll ask that Tom's question be answered as well. Councilmember Becker?
Yeah, I have no questions. It's more just final comments. My apologies, I missed some of the presentation, but I got as much as of it I can via YouTube while I was going back to work. I guess it's a work-life balance, and I think that's kind of the biggest thing right now for not only people who are homeless, but people who are basically at risk of being homeless, is balancing work-life. Mainly my comments is first I want to say thank you to all the Homeless Task Force members for all the work that you guys done. I want to thank everyone who's been a part of this presentation tonight, Adam, Eli, Joy, and Consuela. I appreciate all of your work in addressing the situation of homelessness, and it's to the point where we have to start doing something now. I went to San Francisco recently, and I saw how terrible it is on the streets there, especially how terrible the drug use is on the streets there. And it's to the point where we don't want that to start happening here. We want to tackle this problem head on. But it starts with, a lot of it is about stop criminalizing it. It's also focusing on stopping the stigma of being homeless. It's focusing on giving individuals redemption if they've been accused of criminal actions, about basically breaking out of a system. I know one individual who's been arrested many times on drug charges, and it's this revolving door: in jail, out of jail, into a halfway house, back into jail. And that's something that we need to break, those cycles, because you basically start tagging the person as that individual, and that's all they have to live for. If we can take that stigma off of them and start focusing on ways that they get better jobs, even though they've had a record before, that's a good step. But it comes also down to providing the resources, and I know you guys have covered this many times, which is the focus on mental health. I think mental health is key because of what's been going on. You go to San Francisco, there's people screaming on the buses, spitting on people who are sitting on their bus. We don't want to get to that point down here in the South Bay. Focusing on drug treatment, I know that's a big issue right now, especially in the LGBTQ plus community. And it gets down to, plain and simple about housing. The best way is to prevent it is by, building it. And the most at risk, besides those that are living on the streets right now. And I do have to say one thing that, about a year and a half, probably about a year ago, Councilmember Park and I went on a tour of the creek from basically the Central Park all the way down to Stevens Creek. And it was dry then because we were in the middle of a drought. And seeing how many people were living in that creek in tents that were actually working too. I'm seeing how much the rain is happening right now, and that is the only thought I've been having for the past 3 weeks is with the constant rain is how are these people adjusting to this change where now they can't even live in the creek side. They are having to move consistently, and you think about it with rent and how high everything is in cost, that's no quality of life. No quality of life for our residents of the city of Santa Clara to have to see this. It's not any quality of life for the people that are having to actually live through that. But it's the prevent and provide method. I think it's cheaper to prevent it. It's cheaper to provide the housing immediately. We need to provide more collaborations and partnerships. I know that's already been on the topic and what we're focusing on. I know that Mr. Freitas brought up about seniors. That's an important factor too, because a lot of seniors are having to decide either they're going to eat their dinner, they're going to have enough money to eat, or they're going to have enough money to pay rent. Or they end up living in their car in the Safeway shopping center, which I see many, many times of seniors living in their cars in that shopping center. But it gets to the point of also the affordable housing factor and building that as quickly as we can, because the more hours we work, and considering myself that too, because I'm one of the working class of basically struggling to even survive here in the Bay Area, the more expensive it gets. And if we don't do something now, it's going to get worse, and we're going to end up starting to see the same exact things that we see in the city of San Francisco. But from what I've seen right here is I see the factor is that a lot of my friends, a lot of my family are leaving this area. People that said that they would never leave are leaving because of the cost factor. And to see more and more people out on the streets, it's just a prime example of the actions we have to take now. And that's why I'm glad the city of Santa Clara has stepped up, has addressed this, and now we just have to work collaboratively. We have to put our money where our mouth is, and we have to focus on actually providing that housing, getting people off the streets, and really think about it yourselves tonight when you go to bed on how lucky all of us are here in this room that we get to go to bed tonight when the rain is happening and the storms are happening. There are people out there sleeping in the creeks, and that's not quality of life, and I think we got to focus more on those kind of things. But thank you for all your help. Thank you for the Homeless Task Force, for all your work you've done, and I look forward to all the success we'll have on combating homelessness.
Thank you for your comments. Councilmember Park, you had something, because I want to wrap this up.
Yeah, I just wanted to say to Director Crabtree that if you're looking for studies from other cities, I know that Redwood City did a great program to address unhoused, and they had a great safe parking program as well. So that may be someplace you may want to start. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Adam, if you'd like to, do you mind answering Tom's question about seniors and then telling us just the next steps?
Yeah, I believe in one of our earlier slides, we did have a graphic about the distribution of age groups. So we can definitely email that out to Tom, and I believe that's going to be included in the report as well as some of those metrics, maybe as an appendix. So
thank you.
Definitely share that out. And then next steps. So later this month, January, community meetings around the Benton Lawrence site. In February, we'll be coming back to council with an item. The draft home ARP plan will need to be posted for 30-day comment. So that's going to be something for people to look out for. And then we'll be back in March at council to actually adopt it before it gets sent off to HUD. Also in February, we'll need to bring forward an action relating to our PHLA funding that needs to be used for an affordable housing site to support that with. And I think those are our main next steps. And then in terms of this plan, all of this tonight, all of this feedback, the feedback from the home ARP um, uh, process will all be sort of fed into that plan, and staff will work closely with Eli and Joy and the rest of their team um, to work on getting that plan finalized and fully fleshed out. Eli and Joy, did you have anything to add to that before we end?
Actually, I'd like to add on something
Okay.
quickly, Adam. Just although it's a broader thing, we are bringing the housing element to the city council. We're working towards getting that to the council on January 31st, and that's the broad strategy for all the things the city does around housing. But I think it's an important thing to mention.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the team, Adam, Eli, Joy, Consuelo, our homelessness task force. We appreciate all your hard work on this issue, and we look forward to the next report. Thank you very much. We're going to take a 5-minute break while we load the council chambers. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the City Council meeting to order. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which stands one nation under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all. Thank you.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Madam Mayor. AB 23 announcement. Members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as the presiding officer, the mayor's and chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude, and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. If we have registered lobbyists joining us this evening, we ask you to please identify yourself as a lobbyist and disclose the clients and/or organizations that you represent. This is pursuant to the City Code Section 2.155.110. Thank you.
Thank you, and good evening, everyone. Happy New Year, and I apologize that we're a little off schedule tonight. But for today's meeting, the council is back in person and is conducting its meeting in a hybrid manner. The public is welcome to attend in person, and the city continues to use the Zoom feature to allow participation from the safety of your home or office. Members of the public can still join via the link and/or call into the Zoom meeting phone number shown on the screen now. If you'd like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentation. Those are reserved for topics not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower your hand to ensure members of the public are seeking to speak on the appropriate agenda item. You may also submit your comments on the e-comment feature on the Santa Clara Legistar page. Okay, so we're going to move on with the agenda. First, we have reports of action taken in closed session, and we actually didn't finish our closed session, so we will be adjourning to closed session again after the meeting. But City Attorney?
No reportable action, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Next, we have continuance. Sorry?
Any reportable action from the December 16th meeting?
No.
No.
No reportable action.
Thank you.
Thank you. We did that already. Thank you. So next, we have continuances, exceptions, and reconsiderations. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. We would like to move a few items around. Number 7, under general discussion, that can move to consent, actually. That's just a memorandum of understanding between 3 agencies to look at purified water supply, and it's just to study that. And so, I mean, staff is here to answer questions, but it's a straightforward item, just in the interest of time. Number 8, which was the report on noise for the stadium for a couple of concerts. We had the report here, however, at the request of the residents. They've requested they couldn't be here today, so that this should be deferred to February 7th.
Okay.
So that's staff's request. And then, Mayor, you wanted to move another item up, so.
Well, do you have one more item on the City Attorney's item?
Okay, I thought maybe you.
The one to take from consent.
Yes.
While you're looking for that, I'm going to move item 11 up, which is a quick 0:30 to right after the consent calendar.
Yes, Mayor, item 4R will be taken off consent to the regular calendar.
We'll put it under item number 7, so we'll switch 4R and 7. Okay. I don't see anything else, so we are going to, oh, wait, okay, that's it? City manager, city attorney?
Correct.
Okay. All right, now, we're going to move to our special order of business. The first we have is for our special order of business this evening. I'm honored to recognize the Santa Clara Lions 11U team, the Wildcats. The Santa Clara Lions, yay, you can clap for yourselves, yay. Been waiting all night to do that, yeah. The Santa Clara Lions Youth Football and Cheer Club was founded in 1960. A group of dedicated coaches continue to provide opportunities for our youth in Santa Clara to stay active and play competitive sports. Last year, the Wildcats won the Pacific Northwest Championship Division I title. Yeah. The Division I title earned the Wildcats their spot at the National Championships playoffs, which were held in Orlando, Florida in December of last year. Thank you for having me at your fundraiser to attend the National Championship. It was really amazing to see you, and I watched you all on the news as well afterwards. It was really, really great. Together with the council, we want to commend all of you for representing Santa Clara and playing exceptionally well at the National Championship. I would like to invite head coach Roger Young to the podium to make some brief remarks. Is Roger here? Yeah. Yes, Roger.
Thank you. Thank you, City Council. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for taking the opportunity to recognize these young adults who are students of the local schools. You know, it's a pack of lions is called the Pride. And when this Pride went to Florida, they had a lot of pride of the city of Santa Clara and California, who we represented. And we carried ourselves with sportsmanship and that pride throughout our time there. And we really appreciate the opportunity that this city gives us, and especially with Coach Craig and Linda and the support and the foundation that Lions football gives. It's been phenomenal. So thank you so much.
Thanks. If you would stay up here, Coach, if you come back, please. Yes, I want Craig and Linda Connolly to please stand up, since you are the Lions Club. Thank you. They are the Lions. Thank you. So I have a commendation to present you, Coach, but we also have, I think it's the individual honors. If you would like to all come down, I'm going to have the council meet us as well. If you'd like to call them out so they can have their name announced, we can do that one by one as well. Once your name is called, if you pick up your certificate and then join us up here for a picture.
Jaden Brown, where are you? Brown, come on up. Good job. Shake with your right hand. There you go. You'll get that. Joey Chavez. Good job. No, right here, right here, right here. Right there, right there. Is Ceballos here tonight? Daniel Ceballos, not able to be here. There were a couple. Miles Flowers. Fowler, where are you at, Miles? Fowler. Fowler. It's kind of funny. Half these kids, I don't know their first name because we just call them by last names. I'm like, really? His first name is Miles. Good job. I won't tell you what we're. Jonathan. Gorilla. There you go. Come on up. Contreras. Good job. Isaiah Chavez. Where are you at, Chavez? Jojo. Good job. Eric Delgado. Eric. Good job. Vicente Corrales. Vicente. Elijah Dominguez. Dominguez is fighting the flu. We came back from Florida. I won't tell you how sick some of these kids were. Coaches included. Danny Fernandez, come on up. Good job. This is the hardest name. Josiah Gotip. Gitap. Where's Gitap at? Good job. Jacob Hoagwin. Come here. Good job. Hoagie. Ava Imahara. Ava was playing basketball tonight and wasn't able to attend. I think books are one. Jay Leotoya. He wasn't able to attend. He was sick today. Braylon Lucky. Where are you at? Boy. Good job. Ryan Macer. Samuel Martinez. Sam. Junior Medina. Also known as Princess. Princess. Chris Pampa Jr. Good job. One of the kids that was really sick on our trip, Russell Tostado. Louis Farfan, he was unable to make it today, but he has a certificate. Q. And last but not least, well, he might be least. No, he's not least. Gustavo Roddy Rodriguez, the quarterback. Thank you so much. Thank you. Hey, coaches and staff, come on up. This is our business manager, Jeanette Mayo. Our Defensive Coordinator, Monte personnel funds, Department of Media, Data, and Equipment, and our player advocate, one of the wonderful guys is Frank Martinez.
I can't see it. Thank you, Council.
Just say it.
I'll bring it in tight.
Guys on the end, just come in a little bit. Come in.
Go in that way. Go on the other side. Here you go.
Yeah, we're missing him.
Look up. Smile, man. Oh, well, you gotta stand over because Jeanette.
You're good.
Yeah,
You're
there
good.
you go. Stand. There you go.
Thank you.
You're all welcome to stay for our meeting. Yeah. Some of them have never been on a plane before. Yeah. Well, that was fun. Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much, everyone. So for our next special order of business, I would like to introduce the new Chief Executive Officer of the Silicon Valley Santa Clara Discover Santa Clara organization, Christine Lawson. Is that you, Christine? Welcome. Why don't you come forward? After a national search, can somebody shut that door, please? Thank you. It's a little rowdy in here. After a national search, the Silicon Valley Santa Clara DMO Board of Directors selected Christine Lawson as the new CEO. Christine brings 30 years of travel industry expertise, including executive and senior vice president positions with several renowned hotel groups and corporations. Welcome, Christine, to Santa Clara, and thank you for joining us this evening. Thank you. Thanks.
Of clearing the room,
you did.
Right? And I had to go second to all those adorable children. So there you go.
That's all right.
So,
it's quiet
yeah.
right now, so
Yeah.
we're all listening intently to you. So if you'd like to share any remarks with us, we're
Sure,
really
that,
happy to have you here.
I'm very happy to be here, very excited to be part of Discover Santa Clara. I'm coming up on my 90 days next week, so it's been fast and furious, working closely with our partners at OVG and Levy and Levi Stadium and all the hotels. So just doing a lot of learning and really understanding where we've been, where we are now, and where we want to go. So spending a lot of time doing that, and now really working together with all the partners to talk about strategy and what things we can do to, get things moving and get a lot of great exposure for the city and business into the city. So there's a lot of good things on the docket, and I'm excited.
Well, we're excited to have you here as we come out of the pandemic and business starts to increase and our convention centers roaring again, and things are happening in the area with the stadium and everything else.
Yes.
We really look forward to a lot of activity, which helps all of us in Santa Clara.
Yes.
So thank you so much for joining the team. We look forward to having you here. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Mayor, could I thank Christine also just in 30 seconds? I got to meet her last Friday, and I just suggested to her to be here. She could have been here online, so thank you for being here in person. It's nothing like meeting a person in person. So
She would have missed all those football players had she not come. So,
and in that half-hour discussion that I had with her, I was very impressed with her thoughts and how she wants to move forward and play a partnership role with the city, along with Convention Center, et cetera. So thank you.
Very good, thank you. Okay, our next order of business is the consent calendar. All items are approved with one motion unless an item is pulled for discussion. So do I have a motion on the consent calendar? And remember, we're including item number 7 in the consent calendar, and item 4R was taken from the consent calendar.
All motion.
Second.
All right, Council, I see you, Councilmember Park. Councilmember Park.
Yeah, I just wanted to abstain on 4M recommendation 1.
I'm sorry, what was that? For what?
4M recommendation 1.
4M recommendation 1. Can you tell us what that is so the public knows?
Yes, it is the action on annual appointment of vice mayor and chaplain. Recommendation 1 is appoint Councilmember Kevin Park as vice mayor for approximately 1 year until he is appointed, until the appointment of a successor vice mayor.
Okay. All right, that's fine. Let's see, members of the public, Kurt, go ahead, Kurt.
I'd like to pull item 4, I believe it's 4K.
Which item is that?
It's the consent item that, yeah, 4K 23-1420. It's about the parking.
Oh, parking, yes,
Yeah.
the submitted by you, okay.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
we'll go ahead and pull that, thank you.
Great, thank you.
All right, and we have a motion and a second for the consent calendar. City Clerk.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to note for the record, under item 4A, The September 27, 2022 minutes, there was a revision to a clerical error, and that was sent to all of you for your review, and as well as it has been posted online.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Roll call vote. Assistant City Clerk, when you're ready. Noting the abstention on 4M.
Councilmember Board Member Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Park.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Vice Chair Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Becker.
Yes.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Yes.
Thank you.
And that passes unanimously, noting the abstentions and all the changes. Okay, so I pulled up item number 11, which is a written petition, action on a written petition, Council Policy 030, submitted by Paul Rosa, requesting to place an agenda item on a future council meeting for council to consider the request by Wilcox High School for a one-time waiver for tournaments at Washington Park in 2023. So, Paul, if you'd like to come forward, you can all come forward, please. Tell us a little bit about your request, and thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, and thanks for having us present our request. Washington Park is if you guys have lived in the city, you know it's a treasure for baseball. It's been there for years. For me personally, I grew up watching games there. I played games there. I've coached games there. I've worked for the city and worked games there. And I'm the athletic director at Wilcox now, and still, it's the best place to play baseball probably in the state of California. And the city has done a great job keeping it up, and it's always been just a treasure. Wilcox High School has put on a tournament there for almost 40 years now, and the city's been gracious enough to let us use that field for free during that time, and we use it as one of our biggest fundraisers for our athletic department. And this year, for the first time, we're getting charged for it, and it's so much money that we would not be able to run the tournament. We'd have to actually have it somewhere else. We would love to have this tournament continue for 40 more years, but for this 1 year, we're just asking for a one-time fee waiver, just because it took about a year to plan this tournament because you got to get teams even from out of the area. And so at the time that we planned it, we didn't know that there was going to be a fee. There hasn't been a fee in the 40 years that we've done it. So about 6 months ago or 4 or 5 months ago, we got the information that there was going to be the fee, and we simply can't put the tournament on financially if we have to pay that fee. So we're just asking for the one-time fee waiver. Not to say that we wouldn't want to play there in the future, because it's an awesome place to play, and I just think it's a great venue, but it's a historical tournament, and if you're a baseball person, everybody knows what that tournament is and when it is, and they look forward to it from all around the area.
Thank you. So, this item, because of the timing of the tournament, would have to come back at our next meeting, City Manager, on the 31st, because of the timing, and then we could go into the details of what that means for the council. So the question at hand right now is just to put this on at the next council meeting. Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. Out of an abundance of caution, to be careful, I do work at Wilcox High School, so I need to abstain.
Okay, Councilmember Becker. City Clerk, you got that? Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for bringing this petition to us. Thank you, Mayor, for clarifying the date for the 31st, because that's the first question I was going to have. So I'm ready to make a motion to put this on the next agenda for 1/31/2022 to have this discussion.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Becker, a second by Councilmember Chahal. Councilmember Park? Okay. All right, is there any other public comment on this? So, you want to say something? Now's your chance.
I would just like to say, just coaching at Santa Clara and then coming into Wilcox, coaching here, being a part of this tournament, watching as a kid, kind of seeing through the pandemic and with losing the tournament and how some of those kids looked their whole life to play into. Their brothers played in it, their family members played in it. So for us putting all this tournament together and have this tournament be taken away, it'd be a big loss for these kids. And not only that, just our surrounding areas, like Hollister's been in the tournament for 20 years, so they bring pretty much the entire half of the town down to come to it. People come back to this tournament for even when their kids don't play in it, and it's just a big, huge part of this community. It's very, very special to us and the people around it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else like to comment on this? All right, so we have a motion and a second to place this on the agenda for the 31st. Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Abstain.
Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
abstain.
Yes, that's correct. I have it right here. Vice Mayor Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes with one abstention. Thank you. We'll see you back on the 31st. Thank you guys for coming. All right, back to the agenda. We have public presentations. Anyone who has a public presentation, please come forward. Yes, Howard, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to first start out thanking Councilwoman Kathy Watanabe she did come out to see the game, what goes on, that I gave everybody here the same invitation to come out. I want to thank her for her leaving her family on Christmas Eve to come out and see what's going on out there. All I can say is each week it gets worse and worse and worse. I want to thank Amtrak PD, who is able to keep the jackals off the train platform, and they go and do all their mishap and everything everywhere else. I really wish you all would come out and maybe take a look around my side of the stadium to see what I go against. And Great America side, where last couple of times I left, I seen a guy taking down the 10x10 bar. So you got an open bar right out there on the road. Same area where I asked for a permit to sell hot dogs on that corner, and I was denied for that too because of public safety. Everything is public safety, except people who do not have permits or business licenses or collect the tax and pay the tax. They get to do whatever they want. And if the city attorney cannot put that back into place, please remove the fees that you charge legal peddlers and people who have business licenses. Please remove all those fees from all of us and don't require us to have regulations that you're not applying to other people who is taking business away from the legal ones. So as long as you keep allowing them to do that, you're denying me my rights by having my business permit, paying those taxes, allowing other people who do not follow the law do it. There are companies and peddlers throughout this city who are paying fees, and other people are not, and they're able to do business. But it is a madhouse out there. I don't know if you get to talk to Kathy about it. She can tell you what she saw. But please come out yourself. See with your own eyes. This is your city. It's not somebody else's city. It is your city. You people up there are the ones that are protecting everybody, watching over everybody in this city. Please come out and see what's going on and stop charging everybody peddlers permit fees. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for coming and speaking tonight, Howard. Yes, I did go out to the stadium on Christmas Eve. I walked from my house up to the stadium. This was after I actually drove around to see that how traffic enforcement was not being enforced. And so, so this was the second part of my day. And I saw firsthand Howard with his permit, permit operating, hot dog stand, very nicely set up. And when I talked to him before I left to go home, it was after the game was over, he had made less than $100 for the entire time that he was out there. Yet when I walked the length of Tasman from Lick Mill Boulevard up to the stadium, there were no less than 13 hot dog vendors, and all selling hot dogs. They had Venmo displayed. They took Venmo. They took credit cards, and they're making money hand over fist as far as I could see. And Howard isn't making anything. And these are also people that have these carts. They're not paying fees, and they don't have permits. And so as a result, it's not just Howard that's losing, it's the city that's losing as well. And here we talk all the time about economic development. We talk about, the city is in a budget crisis, but yet we are allowing this to happen. There is no enforcement. There were people openly selling alcohol. I took pictures, not just, I'm talking hard alcohol as well, and not just beer and White Claw, but hard liquor. And this is open for anybody to see, and there is no enforcement, and I don't understand. This is a public place. There are kids. I know Howard said something about he had talked to the police about it, and they gave a reason for it. I followed up with the former city attorney to talk to him about it, and so there definitely needs to be some more work done on this, because like I said, we have open alcohol being sold right there on Tasman. We have a big game coming up this weekend, from what I understand. And so what's going to happen? So this is not the way to operate a business. This is not the way to have a stadium in our city and these kinds of activities happening right in the open, and there is nobody enforcing the law, and permits and licenses are not being required, and people are making money off of our city, and our city coffers are not getting the benefit. Neither is Howard, who is doing the right thing by getting his permits and licenses. Thank you.
Okay. City manager, Howard comes every city council meeting to talk about the same thing. Councilmember Watanabe did tell me about what happened after she went out there. Could you please take that under advisement as to what can be done in terms of enforcement? It's all about enforcement out there, enforcing our rules, laws, ordinances, everything else. Because this is like the fourth meeting in a row, or maybe more, where this item has been brought up under public presentations. We just need to do something about it. All right, is there any other members of the public would like to speak on any item that's not on the agenda? We have a couple online. Kurt, go ahead, Kurt.
Yeah, hi, thank you. I'll make this very brief. Just asking about if there could be a way to review the Worker Cooperative Initiative activities that took place in 2020, 2021, especially the report back that was given to the prior city manager before she was discharged, and to somehow get a knowledge transfer of what was gleaned from those activities, the money that was spent by the city council and the city, and next steps. With the passage of the California Employee Ownership Act, there's going to be more attention on this, and it would be great to have Santa Clara poised to share their learnings, the inventory that was done at the city level, the business analysis that was done, the trainings that were done, and the next steps that were proposed. I haven't seen any report out from this council or the city about what took place over the last 2 years or year and a half since that concluded. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm interested in that as well. Tom, go ahead, Tom. Tom?
Yes, I'm back
Okay,
now.
there you are. Go
Yes.
ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. As you know, I represent the seniors in our community, and I'm working on a project right now for transportation to and from the senior center and to get our seniors to their doctor's appointments and maybe some shopping. As it goes now, we're tied to VTA, and VTA is having their issues with mechanical issues with their cars, I understand. But anyway, I want to get right to the point here because I know you're rushed. I represent a committee of Edmund Dorsack and Vienna Sterling, two members in our commission. And we have noticed there is an RFP request out by the Social Services Agency, the county of Santa Clara. I wondered if if the council members are aware of that, but it's due on it's 6 days before we lose it. So I would ask the city council to consider that. We could use that for that project that we're looking at for transportation to and from the senior center. Thank you very much, Mayor. And
Thank you. City Manager, I hope you heard what he was saying, and we can get them involved with Via Santa Clara as well. Sylvia. Go ahead, Sylvia.
Hi there.
Hi.
So hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I hope you all had a wonderful holiday season and a happy new year to you all. Thank you for your time tonight. My name is Sylvia Aboud, and I'm the Executive Director of Heart of the Valley Services for Seniors Incorporated. In the second to last meeting of last year, I presented to you observations from my analysis of the nonprofits receiving CDBG funding. The first observation is that the top 5 CDBG funded nonprofits obtain yearly donations from all their funders in the range of approximately $3 million to approximately $140 million per year, and also apply for and receive CDBG funding from as low as $30K to just over $500K, which is a negligible 2%, 2% of their overall yearly donations. But for Heart of the Valley, it's 10% of our total yearly donations, which is a lifeline for us. The second observation is that the current CDBG funded nonprofits have a very high service cost. And the third observation is that while all the CDBG funded nonprofits offer an important variety of services, but most of those services are only needed once. In comparison to Heart of the Valley Services for Seniors Incorporated, seniors reflect the population and are also highly diversified, and a lot of them are taking care of their grandchildren who also benefit from Heart of the Valley services, and is the only nonprofit that for 35 years has offered a very different and wider array of greatly needed, no-cost daily services targeted to helping seniors with those things that they cannot do for themselves and cannot afford to pay someone to do for them, and keeps them living independently in their home. Heart of the Valley provides these services to the same clients on a regular basis for 20 plus years. It would truly be a hardship for Heart of the Valley to lose 10% of its general operating support, and it would be a strong show of support by the Santa Clara City Council members to provide Heart of the Valley with the CDBG minimum of $30K. In a typical year, Heart of the Valley receives just under 6,000 calls for our services, which brings our cost of services down from $68 just for Santa Clara residents to $2.50 per service for all the clients we have throughout Santa Clara County. I'm in no way asking that any of these nonprofits currently getting CDBG funding be barred from CDBG funding. I'm just asking that Heart of the Valley also be included. I also asked in the second to last meeting in December 2022 that the topic of CDBG and general funds be added to the City Council's agenda. Mayor, you said that there would be a lot to talk about, and several City Council members nodded their heads, for additional discussion. But I've been told that my request hadn't been captured in the minutes, so I'd like to ask again to add the topic of CDBG and general funds to be added to the City Council's agenda. And I found a form online that I'll be submitting along with my presentation today. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Sylvia. And I know that we're going to have discussion about CDBG funding very soon. Do you know when, City Manager?
Mayor, I don't have the exact date, but I was going to suggest that, yeah. So we'll add that.
Yes, okay. And thank you, Sylvia, and thank you for what Heart of the Valley does. They do provide a wonderful service for our community. Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak this evening? Okay, then we're going to move on to consent items pulled for discussion. We don't have any, right? No consent items pulled for discussion? Oh, wait, one. We had one.
4K, Kirk 10.
No, it's not City Attorney. 4K. Kurt, yes, Kurt. Go ahead. It was parking.
Yeah, thanks. And I don't know if this is a question and answer thing or like.
Well, let me, before you start, Kurt, let me just tell the public what this item is. Sorry, it's my mistake. 4K, informational report on existing parking zones related to a written petition submitted by Kurt Vartan related to the new parking permit ordinance and rules. So go ahead, Kurt.
Yeah, thanks. So I did a little research and I spoke to the assistant chief and part of your transportation team. Very helpful, by the way. And the concern I have is, there's not a lot of, we're a commercial business. It's right on commercial corridor. And these are the areas right around the commercial district that we're in right now. It's not like Henry, where we have car dealerships and a bunch of stuff where cars are being parked everywhere. To my knowledge, there's never been an issue with parking in the neighborhood there. It's usually just that street right around there. Again, these businesses have been here since the 50s or 40s. And the thing that changed recently is there were some signs that were put up, and something bothered me. I was like, I don't remember seeing it like that, because there was a very clear representation. And I don't know if you're able to see the thing that I printed out. I sent over to the city clerk, but I don't know if you can see that or for where that is, but I'll just describe what it is. It's an image. I sent it to all the council members. It's an image of the 2-hour parking signs, the current one that's listed. And then there are 3 images after it. One I took in April of 2018, one in November of 2020, and one of July of 2022, all from Google. And if you look at it, there's a substantial difference in the signage and the material printed on those signs. Normally, it's a 2-hour parking, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., except Saturdays, Sundays, and holidays. That's a pretty standard thing. And that's what was on these signs up until, I guess, sometime after July 2022, where now it says, except Saturday, Sunday, and holidays, no time restriction with permits. Call this number for permit information. And that, I think, is what kind of caught me a little off guard, and why I said I've never seen that before, because it limits our ability as a business community to be there. First of all, I don't think there's a need for restricted parking in this area. I don't think it's a big problem. And I'm getting some of the data to find out why it was authorized, frankly, by the city, because these are public streets. Our taxes that we're generating for the city go to improve and support the infrastructure here that we need. We do not have on-site parking for our business. These are for our employees. So it's a real concern that it's impacting our ability to function as a business. So again, I don't believe there's current issues in the neighborhood. I don't believe there were before. This was part of the South of Forest improvements when the curbs got put in and the streets got resurfaced. And what I'd like to me, the way it reads is like, if you're not going to allow parking from 8 to 6, fine. if that's the way that we need to do that, that's fine. But there shouldn't be carve-outs for residents in that community that have adequate parking on site. These are big lots. These are, 2 houses or 2 or 3 houses make up the entire wide street on Cecil between Tyler and Cypress. So it basically locks out all of the direct parking around our business strip right here. And so our employees sometimes will have overlap. We might have 7, 8, 9, 10 people. And because nobody can afford to live in Santa Clara, they're coming from other areas. So they're driving here and they need to park somewhere. And with the little alley that we have doesn't accommodate all of the vehicles that we have. So if we want to do away with it completely, that would be great. Maybe there could be a pilot program that we could, vacation it for 3 months or 6 months and evaluate to see if there's a problem in the neighborhood, and or allow businesses to, if we can buy parking permits to allow us to park in these areas, as a business, allow us to do that so that we can be good neighbors and help contribute to the enforcement of that or whatever, but allow us to do business, because right now this is impacting our ability to effectively staff our business, and our team's struggling enough. So if we could look at that again, I'm in touch with the assistant chief and your engineering department, transportation people. I'm getting more data to find out why this was even seen as something. My understanding, there are thresholds before you do parking permits. But again, it's either people can park there or people can't. There shouldn't be carve outs for permits in an area like this. So thank you.
Thank you. So I'm looking at the map that's on the city item on the website. And I understand the red around the traffic circles, but was there, I know that normally the residential neighborhood has to vote for permits. Was there, this is very odd that it's only this one little section in front of the businesses and around the corner. It looks pretty kind of deliberate. So why was this done just in this neighborhood? I don't know if anybody else has questions. Let me see. Councilmember Becker.
Yeah, so I live on Malabar Avenue, which is right behind Stevens Creek and behind the Mini Cooper dealership. We had the same exact little signs on my street that said that there's going to be permitted parking. And I think a lot of that, I was asking a lot of questions around in the neighborhood at, what they feel about it. And I think it got down to is a lot of the parking that was happening was a lot of the employees at the Mini Cooper dealership were parking on Malabar Avenue during work hour days and causing, I guess, parking issues. The second factor is on Malabar Avenue, and I guess other areas, is that individuals park their cars there for long times that are actually living in their cars. And I know Vice Mayor Jane was going through that neighborhood before where he saw the cars at the end of the street with the smashed in window. It's basically a lady who was living in her car for probably about 6 months in that location and never moved her car. And then finally the Santa Clara police were over there and they ended up towing the car.
Is it your location or this
location? It was my location. Oh. So I think it's that whole southern part of the Stevens Creek corridor that got these notices, because I know over by the Ford dealership, which is I think Buckingham, that area got the same exact things on posts as well. So my neighborhood behind Kirk's business, as well as where the Ford dealership is, it makes me think that, is it that whole giant strand that they're doing this to? And again, was there a vote or was there a notice or something? Because it's concerning my neighborhood on parking restrictions, because, parking we're short of in this area, and a lot of people that live on my street on Malabar are apartment living people, and so there's not enough parking for people to park in the parking spots, so they're parking on the street. So we want to make sure that no one's breaking the law. We're not making people bring in more basically tickets for over parking Or how enforcing is this going to be? So I'm kind of concerned myself because it's that whole southern area.
I would say if that was, but it's not the whole in this. If you look at the map,
that's
it's
what I'm
like a
little
really
concerned.
odd sort of piece of a road and then another piece. It looks very odd to me.
So that's my question too, is was this wider than what this scope is? Because we were getting notices on my street, which is pretty far away from
No,
where
it's far
Kirk
from
says.
this, but yeah.
So I'm wondering if it's all in coordination, or was this just maybe a mislabeling of areas? I don't know.
Maybe city manager, you can get back to us on this,
Yeah,
because it looks very
I just wanted to
odd. Look at the
clarify,
map.
Mayor, this is based on Mr. Vartan's, request through 030. And this was just requested by the council previously, just to show the zones, what different kind of parking zones exist. This is just informational report at this time. Staff is reviewing it comprehensively, working with Mr. Vartan, and we are supposed to come back to you in March or April
Okay.
with a comprehensive report and recommendations if we need to change any of these. But as you know, residential permit parking is based on residents' request, based on a majority, et cetera. So that's how these resolutions have been historically approved, and this is what exists. But we are looking at what should change to accommodate everyone.
That's fine. It just looked the way it was. The map is quite odd. So, city manager, what do you suggest that we do?
Mayor, our recommendation is for you to just note and file. This is just informational.
Okay.
We'll come back in March or April with more detailed report and recommendations.
Okay, very good, because, this doesn't make sense to me. And look at Councilmember Becker's area as well. All right, is there a motion to note and file?
I'll motion a note and file.
Second.
Motion second to note and file, and we'll see this back in March/April. Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, next we have status report on the BMX lease agreement between. What? Excuse me. What? I know, but we're not there yet. Thank you all. All right. Next, we have status report on the BMX lease agreement between the City of Santa Clara and the Police Activities League.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Cynthia Bohorquez, Assistant City Manager. This item is a status report on the city's lease agreement with PAL for the property located at 5501 Lafayette Street for the operation of a BMX program for youth. At the last meeting on this item, Council referred a number of operational issues to PAL. Attached to the staff report, you will find two reports from PAL. The first report responds to those council questions, the status of the forensic audit, PAL's efforts to gain access to PayPal accounts, and PAL's efforts to work with USA BMX to regain status as a sanctioned track. The second report provides an overview of the program that has occurred this fiscal year, investments in equipment that have been made, notification that PAL has received a cease and desist order from the County Environmental Health Department. This order requires that certain on-site fixtures be removed, plans be submitted for on-site facilities, and the remediation of drainage issues that have been caused by site improvements. City staff is currently working with both the county and PAL to develop an appropriate course of action to ensure compliance by the deadline of February 9, 2023. As noted in the staff report, access to the PayPal accounts remains an outstanding issue, as does the issue of restoring the status of USA BMX sanctioned track. As such, the BMX site continues to operate as a non-sanctioned track, serving approximately 350 riders since the start of the fiscal year. The staff report also provides information related to requests for information that have been received over the past several months related to the BMX lease and BMX operations. As the city cannot address the operational issues, those items have been forwarded to PAL for their response, and my understanding is that PAL representatives are here tonight to answer those types of questions. With respect to the lease, the staff report does include information in response to community questions received on the following items: the current status and records of payment made by PAL for the BMX lease, termination provisions in the lease agreement, a request to discuss what Santa Clara can do to help restore a USA BMX sanctioned track, and the name of prior PAL directors. Due to an administrative oversight when the lease was converted to a month-to-month tenancy, the city had not billed PAL for the lease since 2015. That was remedied on May 20th, 2022, when the city sent an invoice to PAL requesting payment. The city received payment for the full amount of $15,197.86 on June 8, 2022. At this point, PAL is in compliance with that provision of the lease. With respect to termination, either the city or PAL may terminate the lease upon 15 days written notice to the other party. It is important to note that the lease with PAL was converted to a month-to-month tenancy when the city entered into an agreement for future development of the site. That agreement provides that the city must make the site available upon 18 months' notice by the developer. With respect to sanctioning of the site, the city was advised by USA BMX in the spring that they were not interested in partnering with the PAL and therefore would not sanction the track. They did, however, express a desire to contract directly with the city. This position was reaffirmed more recently in December via email with a USA BMX representative. In considering termination, it is important to note that the request for proposal is required to identify any new leasee or operator of the BMX site. This would require a decision to terminate the agreement with PAL with 15 days written notice and 6 to 9 month timeline to complete an RFP process, during which time no activity could take place on the BMX site. Again, should the city wish to proceed with the RFP process, the requirement to make the site available for future development upon 18 months' notice would remain. The final request for information was a list of prior PAL directors and their tenure. Staff has included that information in the staff report for the period of 1994 through 2020. That completes the staff report with a recommendation to note and file the report. I'm happy to answer any questions related to the lease agreement, and representatives from PAL are here to respond to any operational questions the council may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia. So we're going to go to the council members with questions. Does any council member have any questions for staff or PAL? Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the report. Appreciate all the work you've done in providing us the input and everything we've discussed so far. So I appreciate that. I have no further questions. I'd just like to make a motion to note and file.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. Motion second to note and file. All right. Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, can you say how many riders were there when there was a sanctioned track versus now that there's not a sanctioned track?
I'm going to ask PAL representatives to respond to that.
Let's get all the questions
And then
first.
my second question was, I believe that, I mean, it's a problem that PAL and USA BMX can't seem to resolve their problem, their issues. I mean, that to me is, I just don't get that. But I guess my question is that at one point, the BMX track was subsidizing a number of other sports programs that PAL was running. I think that's changed. Can you confirm that?
All right. Before PAL representative comes up, Mr. Walkie, we're going to get all the questions of the council. So are you recording them, Cynthia? Okay, very good. Thank you. All right. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So there was an email to mayor and council and all the council members about one staff member having some posts. So I would like that to be addressed on that.
Having what? I'm sorry.
That to be addressed.
What? No, a council member having.
Cynthia Chang reported something about one of the operators at the BMX, and we need how we are handling that.
Do you know what he's talking about? Okay. All right. Anyone else on the council? Okay. Seeing none, then we'll have Mr. Walkie come forward. I think these are all questions for PAL representative, correct? Okay.
Thank you.
Welcome.
So previously at the sanctioned track, it averaged 3 to $350 a week. We currently, based off of the information I sent you just off of November, when we started tracking, end of October, November timeframe, we're averaging approximately 100 a race. So, or let me rephrase that. Probably about 200 for the week. So we're down 100 to 150 without the sanction. Is BMX subsidizing the other programs? No, they are not. Every program is self-sustaining. We are raising fees to cover additional costs that are coming up. For instance, insurance is going up. City use fees, that's a substantial hit to all of our programs. So registration fees are going up to include those costs. So every program is self-sustaining. Okay. Personnel, I answered all the emails that everybody was on this council was included on. Though you should have received all those today. If you did not, let me know. I'll make sure you get them. The personnel we have here, I have a number of them here this evening. There are new track operators. They are the ones that are out there volunteering their days, 2 days a week, Saturdays, Sundays, maintaining the track, doing all the work to keep it open for those one average of 80, 90 people a race out there on a Tuesday night, a Friday night, Sunday afternoon. They go out there on their own time on non-race days and do maintenance on the track, patch little holes and divots and things. Councilmember Sudge James came out and visited the track just before the holidays. I sent an invitation to all of you, and that's open invitation. If any of you would like to go out there on any of the race days, you're more than welcome. Reach out to me. I'll meet you out there. If you don't want to meet me out there, that's fine. I'll talk to our operators and tell them that you're coming, and you can meet them one-on-one. I hope I answered all the questions.
That was all of them. Thank you. But yeah, you want to, we're going to go to members of the public. There might be more questions at a later time. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, so I don't see any other council comments, so we'll go to members of the public. I have a couple so far. We're going to start with Felicia. Oh, are you Felicia? No. Oh. Okay, please come forward. I'm sorry, I should have started with the people in the audience. Apologize. Welcome. So, City Clerk, do you know that Felicia, was there someone else that allotted their time for you as well, or just Felicia?
Just Felicia.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm here tonight representing a majority of the Santa Clara BMX community that's still desperately wanting sanctioned BMX racing return to Santa Clara track. The current practice-only program at the track is falling short of what the community and children want. We elected myself to be here as one voice, to not inundate the City Council with hundreds of speakers out of respect for your time. We need a local track for racing. We are now in the winter, non-daylight saving months, and many of our local tracks are not open for evening racing due to the lack of track lighting, especially the closest sanctioned track, which is Manzanita BMX in Prunedale, making the Santa Clara track even more of a special resource for the Bay Area. So the topic has become quite urgent. My questions for you today, from the last public meeting back in May, City Council wanted to have the world-class BMX track reopened for racing as a resource for kids and families in our area. Is that still the case? What is the city doing to work directly with USA BMX to establish the sanction? A practice-only track has significantly reduced the number of attendees to a mere fraction of what they once were. From 175 riders per race based on 2021, actually down to 20 to 30 people at practice at best on each day. As a result of the lost sanction, and with the 2023 USA BMX schedule now published, the city of Santa Clara has lost the 2023 Golden State National, along with any chance to host the Golden Cup state qualifier or state finals. Finally, PAL is not a good lease tenant because they were not current on their land lease payment obligations for 6 years. While PAL is now current on the land lease, they made no effort for 6 years to make any payments to their lease obligations, and it wasn't until they were under the city council microscope in May for this year that they became current on their lease. This is proof that they're a very poor tenant. We ask that since the city has failed in its relocation efforts and PAL has failed in getting the track sanctioned numerous times, please reconsider moving the track land lease from PAL to USA BMX as requested previously by Jason Travis of USA BMX. I understand USA BMX is still willing to work with the city of Santa Clara to acquire the lease, establish and train a track operations team to run the facility and sanction the track for USA BMX sanction. I also want to bring to your attention that the person who was speaking here before me is using the term race. They are not racing. They are practicing at Santa Clara PAL. Please do not get that confused. And I also would love to point out that he started off by saying they had 200 riders per week, and then they had 80, and then they had 90. So I really would like to see the facts, possibly PayPal accounts of people paying to go practice. And that's it for now. We really need a sanctioned track, and we need city council and the mayor to step up and get the help that we need to make it happen.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak? Please come forward.
Hey, me again. Long time ago, when they were talking about that track, I came to the council. It was a whole different group of people. And I said, you know, you really need to look in, find another area, because that program is really great for the kids. In my previous, I ran concessions at Metcalf Motorcycle Park. That's the off-road biking and everything. That's where I met this kid, Dion Campbell, who used to be a BMX. As a little tiny squirt, that's where he learned his racing, and then he went up to Metcalf for practice. Now that guy is out at what's called Moto America. He rides in the 600 and 1,000 class. That little kid's going 160 miles an hour now around a track. He started at that track out there. That track gave him the ability to become the racer he is today. And I just hope you guys can try to figure out how to keep that in here, because I'm sure there's other stories of other kids that came out of that. But it's a good program. Hopefully you can save it and help them out. Thank you for your time. And I'm done. I'm going home. Bye.
Thank you, Howard. So there's no one else here in the council chambers. Jason, go ahead, Jason.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
All right, I would like to speak to the council tonight about several of the claims that Mike Walke called out in his November 20th update, as well as some of the statements he made tonight. Let me first address a statement he made tonight that the rider count per week is 100 less. That is completely false by his own admission in his report. He states that there are approximately 50 riders per week, both on Tuesday and Thursday, and 30 on Sunday. That's 130. The information USA BMX provided to the city council back in May was that there was an average of 170 riders per race day at Santa Clara. There are 3 races per week back then. That's 525. That's a 75% reduction in rider count per week. Let that set in. Additionally, within the report, he claims that there's a timing system set up at the track. While this is true, and that was set up by the prior operations team prior to the nationals that took place in March 2022, that timing system is not licensed by the Scores timing system company and is thus not active. That's a complete lie in the report. The licenses by Scores are only approved to USA BMX sanctioned tracks. Scores is an Australian-based company, and they have personally told me directly that individuals from the current operation teams or those that support the current operations team attempt to set up false accounts during the overnight hours in Australia for licensing to be active during the practice sessions. Scores immediately cancels those accounts first thing their morning when they see them. The timing system has not been available at the track since November 2022, the last time these account creation attempts have been made. The net here is that PAL has not secured the required licensing for the Scores timing system. Next, regarding the clinics, I need to point out that the funds for the clinics are going directly to the hosts of those clinics. This is important because the prior sticking point of PAL was that the prior operations team was not having that money go through PAL. PAL has claimed
Thank you,
previously that
Jason.
all transactions regarding the track must go through PAL.
Thank you. Arthur, go ahead, Arthur. Arthur?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we
Hello?
can. Yes, we can hear you, Arthur. Go ahead.
Super. I'd like to give my time to Shpress Head to speak on my behalf.
Okay, thank you.
Regarding the clinics, I wanted to point out that the funds for the clinics are going directly to the host of these clinics as opposed to PAL. I bring this up because it was a sticking point from PAL of the prior track operations team. PAL claimed all money transactions on track ground must go through PAL directly because of its nonprofit status. PAL is now allowing this to happen. Why? Additionally, PAL is allowing a BMX parts business to operate at the track, again, without all money transactions going through PAL. Why is this okay now, and why is it not impacting their nonprofit status all of a sudden?
Okay. Oh, sorry.
That's just one more second. That's it for now. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, we have a BMX racer.
Hello.
Hello.
My dad is yielding me my time. His name is BMX Racer Dad, I believe.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. Dear Madam Mayor Gilmore and Santa Clara Council members, I'm speaking today to bring to your attention an issue that has been bugging me for a long time. As a person under 21 and a BMX racer, it bothers me to see that Santa Clara PAL BMX Track and the PAL Board are allowing the marketing of cannabis to children like me. Cookies, a major Bay Area cannabis company, is not only being advertised on children's jerseys displayed at the track, but also on volunteers' clothing as well as the current track operator's team and vehicle, which is essentially a billboard and is prominently parked at the track each time it is open. I wonder what cookies he was selling for a long time, and eventually my parents explained to me the real situation. I have news for you. It was not chocolate chip. You may not know, but the law is very specific on how cannabis can be marketed where children are involved. CCR Title 4, Division 19, Article 4, Section 15040 states, this is a lot. Any advertising or marketing as defined in Business and Professions Code Section 26150 that is placed in broadcast cable, radio, print, and digital communications shall not be displayed after a license has obtained a reliable up-to-date audience compensation data demonstrating that at least 71.6% of the audience viewed the advertising or marketing is 21 years of age or older. Given the huge number of children participating in the sport of BMX, it is obvious that this research was not properly conducted, as the facility is not 71.6% adult. This has been ignored not only by PAL, but the track operator they chose as well. The majority audience and riders at the BMX track is under the age of 21, and therefore the jerseys, clothing, and vans are in violation of the law and against California law, and also ethically and morally inappropriate. Section 15041.1 states A. Branded merchandise means non-consumable consumer goods utilized by a licensee or for advertising and marketing purposes. Examples of branded merchandise include clothing, bags, pens, keychains, to name a few. The code also states that branded merchandise shall not be designed in any manner that is attractive to children, as specified in section 15040A3. All of these laws are being broken. This is another example of the lack of oversight on behalf of PAL and how they are not a good fit to manage the facility and safety of the younger riders there like me. Kids have a lot to deal with these days, from peer influence, mental health, pressure of performing well at school, and external influences like drug marketing. It is exhausting. Please let us enjoy our childhood and our sport without being marketed drugs while there. Whether cannabis is legal in the state or not, advertising it in front of a youth facility is not legal, and it is unacceptable that this is allowed. I urge you to reconsider allowing PAL to manage the BMX program. They have consistently shown a lack of oversight and know-how, have allowed inappropriate drug marketing to my friends and I, and have driven a once magnificent elite program into the ground. Santa Clara Council needs to do better for the families served by this facility. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Tammy, go ahead, Tammy.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Tammy McDonald, and my family was part of the Santa Clara PAL BMX community for 2 years. We are a family of 5 riders that used to spend 3 days per week enjoying all this track had to offer under its past leadership and sanction. Previously, I had asked the question, what has PAL done for the BMX community? However, things have changed. The new question is, what has PAL in the city of Santa Clara done for the BMX community? Once again, we find ourselves asking for a sanctioned track, not a practice track. Ridership has declined from in excess of 450 riders in a given week down to approximately 50. Just to clarify, ridership should be defined as individuals that are riding the track, not family members in attendance who have signed a waiver as being in attendance. That is a decline of roughly 75%. It is time to terminate the lease with PAL and allow USA BMX to take over. You tried, you failed, and were unable to get the track sanctioned under its current leadership with USA BMX. The riders have spoken once again. Please listen to us. It was the #1 sanctioned track in the United States because of its previous leadership. The leadership team helped me train and attain my goal of earning a state plate this past year. We do not need a practice track. We must have a USA BMX sanctioned track that will continue to help us gain district, state, and national points. As a result, my family has chosen not to attend a practice track. Instead, we choose to drive over an hour to the 3 surrounding tracks, Napa, Prunedale, and Manteca, so that we can earn points towards our USA BMX memberships. Once again, I plead with you to make the right decision. Terminate the lease with PAL and stand behind USA BMX and sanction our track. PAL, it's no longer about greed. We are no longer your cash cow.
Thank you.
Step aside
Thank
and
you.
let the real professional.
Cass, go ahead, Cass.
Hi, thank you. Zach Thompson is yielding me his 2 minutes, and he should be on there.
Do we have him on there? We have him? Okay, very good. Go ahead, Cass.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Gilmore and Council. Tonight I'm electing to speak once again to defend BMX, the same as I did 8 months ago. At that meeting, this council stated that PAL was to regain a sanction and reinstate the sanctioned BMX racing program. Unfortunately, this has not happened. USA BMX has clearly stated that in order to reinstate the sanctioning license, the lease must be reassigned to a new entity. PAL is currently in a month-to-month lease with the city. Either party may terminate said lease at any time legally within 15 days, which Cynthia mentioned at the beginning of the discussion. When a group of parents met with a few council members recently, it was expressed that this council fears that PAL will file a lawsuit if the lease is terminated. There is no legal grounds for a lawsuit, and frankly, anyone can file a lawsuit at any time for any reason. This does not mean that an entity ceases to do business and make appropriate decisions that are in the best interest of the community. If that were the case, we would not have any youth sports, dog parks, or any public spaces. PAL has stated they currently have 350 riders. I'd like to point out that this is an inflated number, and they now require parents to sign a waiver in case they might race someday to pad these numbers. In reality, they have an average of 30 riders to 50 riders on any given practice night. A simple PayPal audit of these practice fees can prove how many riders they actually serve. The riders currently attending the track practices belong to 3 teams and now use the facility as a private training facility. Under USA BMX, the track saw an average of 500 unique riders weekly. Local businesses reap the benefits of sports tourism, and the town thrived as a result, especially when larger race events were held with a fiscal impact in the millions. I asked council tonight, why should council continue to extend a lease to PAL? They gave it a go over the last 8 months, and they did not succeed at bringing back the former programming. They are no longer pulling in any meaningful funding from the facility without a sanction. Originally, this council was concerned about how PAL's organization would be impacted financially with a change in management, but now that is a moot point. $250 per event, assuming all 30, or $240, assuming all 30 are paying the $8 fee, is not even in the same ballpark and has no positive impact on their program after expenses. They would have gained more funding had they accepted USA BMX's original offer. The ridership, local businesses, and the community would be better served with a return of the sanction. There is no reason for this to continue any longer. I also wanted to address the point that Cynthia brought up in her talk about having to issue an RFP. This is untrue, and the city attorney addressed this in the last meeting we had about the BMX track. In a situation where the arrangement is under a certain dollar amount, an RFP is not needed. An RFP is also not needed because USA BMX is the only entity, a solo entity, offering this type of programming. And that's everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers? I don't see anything. Anyone, staff, would you like to answer anything? Or no? Otherwise, we have a motion to note and file. Okay, all right. We have a motion to note and file. Assistant City Clerk. Councilmember Park, you have a question?
I do have questions. So I'd like to address some of the things that I've heard. First thing is, the thing that concerns me is, are the claims of the cannabis marketing true? Is that something that we need to look into? That is a pretty big concern for me. Are the claims of monies going to the hosts of clinics true? There's another question that I have, which is, there seems to be this question about monies that the previous managers, owe, but the question is, how much is PAL actually owed at this point? Is it a question of there is money that was earned that PAL wants a part of, or is there an actual amount, dollar amount, that PAL is owed? Other questions about the RFP. I think that we've talked about this before, but if it's a sole source, is the RFP needed? And if the situation is under a certain dollar amount, is the RFP needed? Can we get definitive answers on those?
Okay, a couple of those questions are city staff questions, city attorney questions, a couple are PAL questions. Mr. Waukee, if you'd like to come forward and answer to the best of your ability. The PAL questions.
So to answer the question of the cannabis, we, PAL, spoke with the Department of Cannabis Control. I didn't even know we had it, a state department. It's called DCC. They gave us the rules and regulations. We spoke to the track operator. And that cookies that they're referring to is not, there's a Cookies SF, and that's his sponsor. That's a clothing and accessories, hats, hoodies, things like that, things of that nature. That was his sponsor. In the email that I sent you today, I clearly stated that he has obtained all new sponsorships for the 2023 season, and Cookies is not one of them. Okay? The money for the clinics that are held are all going through PAL's PayPal account that we have set up. All the ridership fees on the Tuesdays, Fridays, and Sundays all go through the PayPal account that is controlled by PAL. We rent the track out, and operators, people are allowed to rent that track, and we have an established rental fee, and that's what we use. This is all set up with the new management group. This is all suggestions from them, and we've adopted almost 100%, if not 100%, of their suggestions on operating the track. Okay?
Thank you. Assistant City Manager.
Remaining two issues are the issues about the sole source and the dollar amount. The two attorneys want to respond to that?
Not concerned about the dollar amount question per se. It's really about what you're looking for in terms of services. What are you actually putting out to bid? The question of sole source, it really depends on if it is in fact a sole source provider. So depending on what you're looking for, staff would probably want to make a determination through its normal processing to figure out whether the service itself is a sole source service. And if so, it can proceed accordingly, but it would have to make a finding to do that first, like an internal finding.
Okay, are there other questions from Councilmember Park? I see none, so Councilmember Becker. I mean Vice Mayor Park, I will get used to it. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So upon returning tonight to council chambers after I had to run back to work, I noticed that in the parking lot that there was a van that was parked out front over here, well, in the back right over here, and on the van, it had advertising for Cookies, which is, I know, related to the cannabis dispensary. At the same time, there was, I'm just going to say they weren't baking cookies outside. They were doing something else. So I have seen that just moments ago, and it was outside. Oh, that's what was out there. So I don't know.
No. No. Okay, sir, please stop. Please stop. Please stop. No, that's wrong. Councilmember Becker, just stick to the issue.
Yeah.
Okay?
So I'm not making any claim that anyone was smoking marijuana out there. All I could say is I smelled marijuana out there, and I did see the van that said Cookies on there. So I just put the two together, not saying I saw who it was, but individuals, I guess, were out there doing that. So seeing that was a little concerning to me, and bringing that up, I didn't know the connection, but I do have seen it before that there is a Cookies logo that looks just like the Cookies dispensary or somewhere else.
We're talking about the PAL, the BMX track, not what you see in the City Hall parking lot right now, so.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying, that I saw that connected. So I just want to say, when I heard the word Cookies, I did see that on a van outside, so I just want to clarify that.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. I saw, Mike, I saw a couple of your emails. So in response to a few of the questions, I would like that to be made a part of this agenda item so that public can look at those answers. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Watanabe.
I can forward you.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, Mr. Walke, I have a question regarding the track. When it was first created in 1994, opened in 1994, according to the staff report that we received, that's when, well, at least that's when the first director was assigned. That was her term. Gabby Seagrave was the PAL director from 1994 to 1997. Was the track opened to be a BMX sanctioned track, or was it just open to be a track for kids to just come and ride BMX bikes and practice?
I was not around.
Can you speak in the microphone, please, Mike, if you don't mind? Thank you.
So I wasn't around in '98. I was living in South San Jose at that time. But my understanding is that it was originally just a BMX track and also a remote control airplane facility. That remote control airplane facility is left, and it just became a BMX track, and over time it became a sanctioned BMX track. I think the first sanctioning was with a track operator by the name of Greg Burkett, I believe. I'm not sure, but it was after it opened. It opened strictly as it opened as a BMX track.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, do we have any other questions or comments from anyone? Yes, please, come on up.
So,
if you could speak in the microphone, please. Thank you.
I'm one of the people that's helping to keep this track open for practice and training. We would want nothing more than to have a sanction back at this track. If there's a way to get that done, let's do it. We're 100% behind that. In the meantime, we need somewhere to ride. So we're trying to keep this training thing going. I understand people don't like it. There's people that want the sanction, and if it's not a sanction, they don't want anything. Well, you know, if that's what you want, I'm sorry. I want somewhere to ride. I want somewhere for my daughter to ride. This is my 13-year-old. This is the one that you said was out there. I never saw who was out there. Okay, I'm just telling you. I'm telling you who was there. Okay. There's these two girls who had never done drug in their life. She's 13 years old.
You can just please address me.
To make an accusation like that is just uncalled for. And if you just just take 1 second to look up Cookies SF. I'd love for you to just look up Cookies SF. Go ahead, type it into a computer, Google it, find out what it is. Educate yourself before you make claims or just assume. I understand the Cookies logo looks the same. It does. There's ties. It's the same owner, but they're two completely different companies. There's kids in middle school that are wearing Cookies SF shirts and jerseys. It's a fad. It's like Guess jeans back in the day. Cookies is just a clothing brand. So you can look at it how you want to look at it, or you can actually educate yourself and look it up. It's Cookies SF. It's a different company. Okay. So I apologize if I got upset, but when somebody says something like that about my daughter, I take that very personally. And that is exactly what you said. You made that claim. You said you walked out there, you saw the van, and at the van you smelled pot. That's untrue. I promise. You want to test her, you can go ahead. I promise.
Okay, let's.
Yeah, that was uncalled for. All we're trying to do is keep a place for people to ride and train and learn and grow. If we can get the sanction back, by all means, let's do it. If there's something the city can do to make that happen, I'm 100% behind it. If we can get USA BMX to have the lease, let's do it.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Yes, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Howard Cato. I am the owner of that van out there. Okay. Now, like he said, that van right there, I do a lot of stuff in the community. I'm from Oakland. I do a lot of community work, feeding the homeless, doing after-school programs. Never smoked, did drugs in my life. That Cookies van was bought to me. Someone stole my van 3 times. They kept stealing it. Finally, one time it got stolen, and I wasn't able to recover it no more. I reached out to the news people about my van being stolen. Cookies stood up and they bought a van for me. That logo is Cookies SF, like he says, an entity. They bought that van for me to continue doing my work that I do in the community, helping homeless and doing everything else that I do. Look me up. My name is Howard Cato. Trust me, you'll see nothing but good things. You won't see no bad things on here. For these people making these accusations about me coming to the track and giving kids marijuana, that's out of pocket. And when people make accusations like that, it's damaging my credibility of everything that I done did. Like I said, I would love to have this track come back as a sanction, but it's not happening right now. So what's happening right now is we getting up and we opening the door for kids to come in and be able to have a place to come and ride until future something else comes about it. But making accusations about this symbol, this little symbol out here that has nothing to do, all you have to do is do a little bit of research and you'll find out what it is. You understand. But please, don't never say something about some kids like that, especially if you don't know what happened. Them kids out there, we just got finished working out, training, and then we came straight here. They was out there sitting there eating, doing their homework after they finished what we were just doing our training. So it's all about training over here. It's nothing about no marijuana. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. All right, Councilmember Jane.
Well, I want to encourage my fellow council members to go out and visit the track. I really had a great experience when I went. Mike invited me out there to take a look and watch these kids, and it was the cutest thing. There was a 3-year-old kid on a scoot bike that was trying to sneak in to the regular racetrack. And so it's a great program for the kids. I'm really undecided about what to do with this schism between USA BMX sanctioning and just letting kids ride there. I mean, we need a place for kids to ride, but there's a bunch of people that are insisting that we have to have a sanctioned track, and I'm really struggling here. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Becker.
Yeah, I want to clarify something to make sure people understand the facts, is that when I was outside, I did see a van with the name Cookies on it. I did not accuse anybody of a young person of doing it. All I said was I see the van and I smelled marijuana outside. Those are the only two things. And that's the two connections I put together because that's the only Cookies I know about until I just heard that there is a clothing line. So I want you to know that I'm not accusing any kids of doing anything like that. When I got here and I saw that there was a van that had the word Cookies on it and I smelled marijuana, just the two things correlated between each other. I never saw who it was. So just want to make sure that's clarified, and I'm not accusing anybody of it, just that I saw that and just the weird connection of seeing Cookies on a van. I just thought, okay, that must have been what everybody was talking about. So just wanted to clarify that for you.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. I have been out to the track, and it's a great track. And I would like to see it if it's, whatever we can do to get it sanctioned again. Yes, I totally agree. And I don't like hearing just PAL constantly being put down because I know how much PAL has put into the track. I used to go out there and I used to meet with Nick Valencia, the former track operator, and I would listen to his concerns about, PAL and working with PAL, and I would go back and I would talk to PAL and everything would get worked out. PAL listened. And, but it, I'm concerned with what was maybe happening out there in terms of it becoming a BMX sanctioned track and bringing the trials here, and that there was there was another motive behind it all, and which is why when I heard about BMX wanting to get involved and starting to see the discrepancies that were happening, this is not what PAL was all about. And so I support PAL. I want to see PAL continue to operate the track. I think there's just a lot of negative comment, a lot of negativity being put towards PAL in an effort to get them to lose the track and the operation of the track, and that's not right. I think there needs to be a lot more work done to get this straightened out. And Howard, thank you for stepping in, and the other guys there, you know, all the work that you're doing. It's a great program, and I think that there is a way to get this worked out, but attacking PAL all the time is not the way to do it. And it's a great program, and I just feel like there's a lot of work that can be done, and people just need to be patient and work together and keep this program alive for the kids and for the city and for BMX. Thank you.
Thank you. I agree with that. I, for the life of me, do not understand why USA BMX is taking the position that they've taken. If you really want to promote your sport, really build it, develop it, in this area, Santa Clara was one of the premier, if not the premier track in the United States for BMX. And it was a successful, very successful track. But the position that they took, that if they didn't have a particular operator operating it, that they would have nothing to do with the track or PAL or anything else, is very odd to me. It's very odd and very suspicious that there was more going on than what we all know about. And that's how I feel about the whole situation, because any other real legitimate organization that wants to grow their program and that has not just a city, but because it's not just Santa Clara children that are riding there, it's children from everywhere, because it was such, is such a wonderful track. Why in the world wouldn't USA BMX want to continue to develop a successful track here? So there's more to it than what we all know. I really wish a lot of the people that have advocated for the track, the parents and the children, would put pressure on USA BMX to sanction the track instead of, talking about PAL in such a negative way. Put pressure on USA BMX, because they're the ones that are holding back their sanctioning of our track here in Santa Clara. For whatever reason is not clear to me. I cannot figure it out. I don't know. And our staff has done their very best to try to find out what is the issue. It seems very personal, or I don't know, maybe it was financial. The benefits they were getting with the other track operator. I don't know what it is, but if you really want to develop the sport and really support the community and the children, then sanction this track. I don't get it. I'm just perplexed. So because they're not sanctioning the track, of course the children want to race. They want to race and they want to compete. They don't just want to practice. They want to race and compete. So first of all, want to thank the operators that are volunteering your time to be out there to keep it open for the children and the families to be able to practice. But there has to be a resolution with USA BMX, and the pressure needs to be there. Because as Councilmember Watanabe said, coming in and bashing PAL, time after time, it's not helping anything. Because, if we have to take other steps, there's going to be a lot of issues involved. And we were not available to talk about them right now. But I really wish the pressure would be on USA BMX. That's how I feel about the program, because they're depriving the riders in this area of the full experience, which is practicing and competing. That's the full experience. Vice Mayor Park.
Thank you. So I've never bashed PAL. In fact, I used to be a very big supporter of PAL. I remember when Bill Davis was part of PAL, and I had a very good relationship with Debbie Davis prior to being on council. But I will look at, the request that I had made months ago was that all the groups work together to give the riders what they want. It's not really about what PAL has. PAL has a piece of it. USA BMX has a piece of it. And the riders are certainly a very, very big piece of it. And like Councilmember Jane, I am actually perplexed as to why we cannot reach a conclusion. I mean, I think we've got some people that are blaming PAL, some people that are looks like they're trying to put pressure on USA BMX. I think that it needs to be on both. I think that USA BMX did give an offer, and the offer certainly sounds greater than the perhaps $250 per event, assuming that all the riders on the track, not the people just watching, actually pay their fees, seem to be much better than that. I also looked at the Cookies SF site, and I'm looking at the accessories, 3 products: Cookies, Santa Cruz shredder, 2-piece hemp shredder, a shredder, 4-piece hemp shredder, a Cookies Santa Cruz shredder small hemp tray. I'm looking at accessories, ashtrays, smokeless ashtray. I'm looking at backpacks, smokeless, smell-proof backpacks. I'm looking at T-shirts that say "Off the Exotic," which I look up and it says "Off the Exotic" is a bong T-shirt. I'm looking at other accessories when I look at lanyards and keychains. They are Cookies glow-in-the-dark lighter holder, Cookies lighter holders, original glow-in-the-dark keychains. I'm looking at other accessories where I'm looking at, like, everything here does seem to point to a certain type of activity. Now, I'm not saying that you are engaged in that activity, but if you just look, if I actually do what you told me to do, this is what I see. I think that it's another thing if Councilmember Becker says that he smelled marijuana. I know what marijuana smells like because, unfortunately, I have a daughter, and every time I go out and I smelled something that I didn't know what it was. I thought perhaps something was burning, but I've learned many years ago that that's not exactly what it is. And so when I smell that, I try to steer around that. I think it's a very simple issue of just going outside and maybe smelling around, because it's, again, like there's a lot of products here that are smell-proof, anti-smell, because we know what that issue is. And if you tell me that by looking at this website in Cookies SF that I'm not going to make the connection, I don't see how I can't make that connection. When I look at the T-shirts and I look at the logos, I look at the jackets, I look at everything here, like, it's really hard for me not to make that connection. So, again, not making any accusations, but if you ask me, can I make the connection? Well, I don't think it's difficult to do that. Again, I think there's a lot more to the story. The mayor alluded to more things that we cannot talk about. But I am also disappointed that we cannot give, or we have not given for months, for all of last year, what the residents of this city have been asking for. And when people ask, like, I've talked to USA BMX as well. I've asked what some of the issues were. And, they said they're not just going to sanction a track just because you have a track that's capable. Doesn't mean that you have an event or a program that they're going to put their name on. And I think that all these issues, like, they hold part of it, you hold part of it, and the BMX riders are definitely a big part of this. And I don't see why, you can't or won't accept compromises on both sides, not just one, to give the BMX riders what they want. I mean, it's for a short time. I feel that there's a statement when it comes to development projects that time kills all projects. And that's kind of what's happening here. And I feel that the people that are losing from this, it's not PAL, it's the BMX riders. It's not USA BMX. I mean, they own the sanctions for every event. So, again, if I'm going to make a motion, I'll move to note and file.
We have a motion on the floor.
Okay, then I would like to call the question.
Okay. Assistant City Clerk, we have a motion and a second to note and file.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Park?
Unfortunately, yes.
Councilmember Jane?
Yes.
Councilmember Becker?
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore?
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you. All right. The next item we have on the agenda, I want to make sure we have our outside counsel. Jenica on the line is...
I'm here, Mayor.
Oh, hi. Okay, very good. Thank you. Is item number 4R. Four R, action on appointment of city attorney and approval of the employment agreement between the city of Santa Clara and Glenn R. Goggins. Jenica?
Is Araceli present, or is she?
Let me see here.
Yeah, she's being moved over.
Where is she? She's on.
Okay, good evening, Mayor.
I guess you would go first, Araceli?
Yes, that would be
Okay.
fine. Good evening. The item before you is approval of an employment contract with Mr. Googans for the position of city attorney. Final approval of the agreement is contingent upon approval of a resolution that updates the unclassified pay plan as required by CalPERS. Mr. Googans' annual base salary will be $345,000, and the current pay plan sets the salary for the position of city attorney at $332,796. The administration will return before the council on January 31st with a resolution to update the pay plan to align the salary. Both Jenica and myself are available to answer any questions regarding the employment contract. Thank you.
Jenica, did you have anything to add on that?
No, nothing to add. I am available if there are further questions.
All right, is there questions on this? Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have a question. I just have a comment. And what I would just like to say is that with our previous city attorney, who was fired for no cause, he made a salary that was constantly attacked by certain media groups, and like I said, he was fired for no cause, and yet. And it's nothing against Mr. Goggins. It's nothing personal. It's just what I'm observing and what I consider hypocrisy. Because we fired a city attorney for no cause. He was constantly attacked about his salary, yet we have an employment agreement before us asking that it be approved for a salary that is quite a bit more than what the former city attorney made. And I have a lot of issues with that based on what has happened in the past with the former city attorney. Thank you.
I'm going to speak along those lines as well. I want to talk about what happened with this position and what it has cost the residents of our city based on the majority firing of the last city attorney for no cause. That happened quite a while ago, over a year ago, that the city attorney was fired for no cause. We still have not completely resolved all the financial issues with that city attorney. We went on to hire a firm and paid, in less than a year, nearly $1 million, or maybe more. I don't know where it is now. And now we're looking to hire another attorney at a higher rate. It's nothing against Mr. Goggins or his professional capability. It's just the actions of this council and how they have financially and otherwise affected the operations of this city by firing the attorney for no cause. And who's to know if they won't do it again? So I am completely against this. I think it's wrong. It's a financial abuse of this position, and for no reason. We have spent so much time, money, and effort to fill this position, not counting outside counsel costs, not even counting recruiting costs and everything else. It's just been a bad decision from the beginning by firing an employee for no cause. So I will not be supporting this because I can't support this financial abuse in our community. Councilmember Jane.
Thank you, Mayor. Today we received a letter from Jeffrey Robinson from Perkins Coie LLP, and he out of the blue wrote this letter to us. I was delighted to learn that the City Council is considering appointing Glenn Guggens as its city attorney. I've known Glenn for 25 years in his professional capacity as deputy city attorney and then city attorney of Chula Vista. This was during my representation of a large aircraft manufacturer and owner or lessee of large parcels of property at the center of the Chula Vista Bayfront during its often tumultuous redevelopment that culminated in the adoption of the Chula Vista Bayfront Master Plan. This included negotiations of dozens of agreements on subjects such as the redevelopment, land exchanges, removal of property from the public trust, CEQA review, public financing, and environmental remediation. It involved multiple major stakeholders with often conflicting interests that sometimes generated acrimony and litigation. Throughout this period, I have been consistently impressed with Glenn's professionalism, high ethical standards, conflict management skills, exceptional legal expertise, and remarkable intelligence. He is an attorney of the highest caliber, as well as a warm, gracious person with a generous spirit and a lively wit. Chula Vista is a better city for having Glenn as its counselor, and you could not have found a more eminently qualified candidate. I would like to say that we received 15 applications for the city attorney position, and the council spent a good amount of time reviewing those applications, interviewing, and I am fully in support of hiring Glenn Guggens.
Councilmember Becker.
Thank you. You know, I'm myself am very concerned about salaries and how much money is being paid for salaries. I know that it was the biggest topic I faced when I was running for office, both times, in 2020 and 22. It's all about salaries and how much money we're giving employees and how the city probably might be unsustainable. But it's kind of funny to me that, you know, I hear the concern from two individuals on the city council about salaries and their concerns about it. In fact, it's kind of hypocritical. The reason why I say the hypocrisy and the being hypocritical is because the prior city council is the reason why we are in this position. Prior city council caused the reaction of compaction. The prior city council initiated these high salaries. That's why we're here. I didn't sign that 4 years ago. I wasn't on the city council then. But here we are, we're faced with this situation. We let our prior city attorney go, and now we're faced with the situation where we have to hire somebody. Because of the actions of councils before, this is the hand that we are being dealt with. So when individuals state those things, it's like, well, the record reflects differently. That's called hypocrisy. So I understand their position. I understand your disagreements and how you may not agree with this individual hiring. You can disagree, but if you're going to really kind of blame anybody, blame yourselves. Because this goes back years. This is not our fault. So thank you.
Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion. I'm very happy to offer an employment agreement with Greg Guggens. And
Second.
I'm sorry, it says Greg, and I was like, my notes say Glenn. Okay. It should say Glenn Guggens, or Guggens, and yeah, I thought it sounded wrong. I'd like to make that motion to approve this employment agreement.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Hardy, second by Councilmember Becker. Councilmember Chahal. Are you? Oh, Vice Mayor Park.
It's for speaking?
For speaking,
Yeah.
you put your,
So the first thing is, I don't believe that there were issues with the former city attorney's salary. I don't think I don't recall that ever being one of my issues, for example. But I do know that almost a year ago, the still present city manager complained that we had not had a city attorney in over 6 months. 6 months of no outreach, of no searching, of no hiring executive search teams. And then shortly afterwards, in the 30 days that the city manager was suspended, put on leave, council moved to hire search teams for both city attorney and city manager. I mean, it seems like the narrative of the council members who don't want to move forward is that, well, this council has done really bad things and they don't want to fix it. I work in engineering. I've been told that people are not supposed to tell people this, but I know something that a lot of people don't understand, which is having the wrong person in a role is often more damaging than having no person in a role. And in this case, we have an opportunity to put a great person in this role, and the narrative still seems to be that we, the council, made mistakes and are not willing to move forward by putting somebody in this role. I mean, I've appreciated all of the help that we've gotten. It's cost us a lot of money to do this, and I'm going to say that when we look at the salaries that Mr. Guggens is asking for, it's in line with other salaries in the area. And if it's more than what the previous city attorney made, well, I know that almost everyone's salary on city staff is higher than what they made last year because of COLA, cost of living increases. And the fact that year upon year, we have a salary problem, that salaries go up. I mean, especially with public employees, it seems that the salaries ratchet up and they never go down. I remember a time when City Manager Sparacino actually took a pay cut. This was right after the recession in 2008. And I had a lot of respect for that. And I didn't realize how much respect I had for that until I was on council and realized that it's really not easy to do that. It's not really easy to put the city ahead of yourself, right? But in this case, I feel that we need to do that. You know, I think that if the problem is, you know, how much you want to pay this person, that this person's making more, not grossly more. I think that if you actually look at the salaries, they're in line with what somebody that even the former city attorney would have made if they had continued on with this role. I don't think that's an issue. I think that the issue of, you know, trying to continue a narrative of, you know, you made a mistake and we want you to continue complaining about this mistake by not fixing it. I think that that's the narrative that hurts the city. So I wholeheartedly support this motion. And for the people that don't, I'm just going to say for everyone else that's actually thinking about this, right? You need to think about what actually has happened. I say this a lot. I take good notes, and I'm looking at them now. It's taken a long time, but I will say that the city council that's here took a lot more action than when we had no city attorney 6 months, 1 year ago. There was no action taken in those 6 months. Right? And we need to think about what it means for the city to progress. And sometimes, well, I don't like it either, but we need a city attorney, and we're going to pay that city attorney a city attorney salary. No more, but certainly no less. Thank you.
Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So I don't understand the hypocrisy of two of my colleagues, basically, that on one side they said we are spending millions on outside agency, and here we are at a point we have a qualified, experienced, intelligent, well-vetted person whom we are trying to hire, and they're not agreeing with that. They want to continue with the Lorenzo Smith, basically, so that we can spend more money. This is a little bit of hypocrisy. Like when we have a person and the process has taken its own course, Councilmember Jain mentioned, we had 15 applicants and we did our best to vet them and pick up the best we thought. And here is a chance for the council to get the city attorney in office. And that's the reason I'm supporting this thing. And I think we made a great choice in Mr. Glenn Googins. And we look forward to his joining the city to provide best of the services we expect to give to our residents, as well as to our whole staff, all the different departments, basically. So I'll be wholeheartedly supporting this motion.
Thank you. And I don't need to repeat what I said in terms of what the initial firing has cost us. So we have a motion and a second. Do we have any public members that would like to speak on this? No? All right. Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe.
No.
Councilmember Chahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Park.
Yes, and yes, and yes.
Councilmember Jain.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
No, and that passes 5-2. All right, next we have okay, item number 9. Do we need to take action on 8 to continue that? And to what date did you say? February 7th. All right, may I please have a motion to continue item number 8
So
to
moved.
February
motion.
2nd?
Second.
Who made the motion?
Kevin.
Motion by Vice Mayor Park, second by Councilmember Becker. To continue the item to February 7th.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Chahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Park. Councilmember Jain.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you. So the, I would say the applicant, the people who submitted this will be informed. February 7th. Okay, thank you. Next, we have item number 9, action on resolution for an exception to the 180-day waiting period to appoint retired annuitants to serve as temporary extra help. It's pretty self-explanatory, but do you need to say something on this, City Manager?
No, Mayor, I don't, but Manuel Pineda is also available if you have specific questions. Generally speaking, these are 4 people who retired from SVP. These are critical positions, and by the time we recruit, it's going to take some time, so we are keeping that expertise, but we have to pass this resolution to bypass that 180-day requirement.
Thank you. Councilmember Becker?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Manager. I'll make a motion to adopt the alternative 1.
Second.
Is that the whole, is that all he needs to do? Is alternative 1? Is that it? Okay. We have a motion and a second on that. Is there any other discussion or member of the public that would like to speak on that? All right, when you're ready, Assistant City Clerk.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. All right, next we have item number 10, update on the Levi's Stadium naming rights signage assessment and request for direction from the Stadium Authority Board. Executive Director?
Thank you. You'll be the chair of the board. I'm sorry.
I'm the chair, you're the
Yes.
Executive Director.
No, I'm trying to address you appropriately. Chair and members of the board. Actually, I feel bad about this item. I was hoping while I'm still here, I'll complete this and present a report to you. But back a few months ago, you had directed staff to go out with an RFP and retain someone to do an independent analysis of the signs, where we've been spending a lot of money to repair them because they are 8 years old or whatever the time frame is. And that's what we tried to do, and we got a good bid from this company. However, it appears they either didn't understand all the requirements or the constraints, and they didn't have the right equipment to get up there either to look at the signs and make a determination. So that all took some time. They did come out, but they didn't have the right equipment, and they couldn't do it all in once. They may have had to make a couple of trips. So with all that, they opted out, or they wanted to opt out. So we relieved them. There was no point, continuing to work with them. So we have two choices at this point. One is to go out again and do another RFP. But in the meantime, the repairs could be warranted again, and we'll be facing that situation. The second is to make a business decision, as was discussed previously. Now, I do want to point out that previously the stadium manager had retained a separate consultant a couple years ago, and they had made the determination that city would be better off, or the stadium authority would be better off, just replacing the signs with the new ones, because, like I said, they are 8 years old. There's new technology. There'll be new warranty. So it'll be a good investment. So that's the second decision we can make today, or we can go back out and get an independent assessment, try to get someone who really understands how to do it.
Authority Member Jane?
Thank you, Executive Director. I have a few questions. The first is, we have done, I believe, 2 repairs on these signs. There's 4 signs. These are signs for which we get $157 million of naming rights money from the Levi's Corporation. How much money have we spent so far on repairs? What was the estimated cost of replacement in the report? And then I think the problem is that they're high up, they're very hard to access. And so you need to have a crane, and I believe that the company that we hired didn't even have the right equipment to get up. And cranes are very difficult to come by. Sometimes you have to schedule them months and months in advance. Mm-hmm. So I believe we're on a time frame where these repairs happen on sort of a schedule of football seasons, is my understanding. So would we be able to schedule the cranes and get people out there to do these repairs in time for, say, the next football season? Those are my questions.
Authority Member Becker?
Thank you. So I kind of had a similar question, which I'll start with first from what Councilmember Jane was asking, which was the replacement sign. If we were to look at replacing a sign, would that be able to be done by the next football season? I think that's around August or September. That's the first question. And the second question is relating to about, repair versus replace. And, I see it as this kind of picture. Personally, I've had a car where you went and spent money, put a new transmission in it, fixed the struts, fixed everything. Then a year later, you spend another $3,000. Then finally, the car just dies out. And you just basically spent all your money repairing something when you could have just went out there and replaced it or bought a brand new car. So basically what I'm trying to ask in this position is, in this moment, we can make a motion to just move forward with a replacement, or we have to do another step. I got a little confused at what you were meaning in between those two things.
Authority Member Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is a contract between Stadium Authority, Executive Director, and Levi's, basically. I want to clarify, the Manco or 49ers have nothing to do with this contract, right, City Attorney?
Well, just ask your question.
Oh, okay. That's my first question, that this is a direct contract between Stadium Authority, Executive Director, and Levi's, and which is giving us a really handsome amount of money, like $7 million a year, 150 plus, during the span of this tenure, which is very, very profitable. One of the best contract Stadium Authority has, basically. My next question is, there are two clauses in this contract, I think 3G, 5F, or other way around. Are we responsible for the replacement? If we cannot repair it, are we responsible to maintain these signs? And if the maintenance is by repair, and if we think that repair is costing too much, are we responsible to replace these? As long as, my understanding is, as long as we are not changing, Levi's is not changing the sign, we are bringing the same sign, I think we are responsible, that is, the Stadium Authority is responsible. I want to have that clarity, like who is responsible in case the signs are not properly maintained. Next question is, if we have to go to the route of replacing this, what are our next steps, basically? RFQ, what we need to do, basically. And if we have to go to repair, what our next steps would be. Those are my questions. I will wait for those. Thank you.
Okay. So I have a couple of questions. One is that it's interesting that Stadium Authority Director, that you had a company that didn't know the signs were really high up when they took the job to analyze them. That's interesting. I do believe we need a third-party assessment. I don't think anybody up here can make the decision that, you know, we should replace or spend more money repairing the sign without a third-party assessment. I think for the public's benefit, we need to have that. So whoever has the contract can tell the public whether or not it needs to be repaired or replaced. But since this stadium was built and the clauses in the contract, it's clear that Levi's needs to pay for the sign if it is replaced. And my question is, has Levi's asked for the sign to be replaced? And I don't think it's up to Manco or the 49ers to tell us the sign needs to be replaced. And if so, it needs to be paid for by the sponsor. That was part of the original agreement. So in order to get to that point, we need a third-party assessment to let us know if it needs to be repaired or replaced. Because if they say replaced, then the sponsor needs to pay for it. And if it's repaired, it's still back on the public dime that it can be repaired, and we'll just put more money into it. But you can't just spend public money and replace something that the contract says it has to be paid by the sponsor. So that's my question. Authority Vice Chair Park.
Yeah, so I think that the real question is, does a replacement constitute the repair? So I'm going to look at the ADS summary of discoveries. Number one, the current condition of the quantity 4 naming rights exterior signs is not recommended for retrofit or reconstruction. From the ground level, we could visibly see materials from the original construction of the sign lifting from the returns, the sides, and faces of the sign. In our experience, this type of material wear and tear has a very low probability that it can be salvaged for reconstruction. Removing and replacing the existing signs with newly constructed signs and attachments will guarantee you structural safety and replace any current concerns. The current sign warranty has expired. The fabrication of new signs will allow you the opportunity to renegotiate updated warranty terms for the signs based on previous experience and concerns. 2, if the decision is to reuse and reconstruct the signs to complete working order, Levi Stadium will be without naming rights signage for a significantly longer time frame than would be required for removal and replacement. For existing sign reuse, the approved signage vendor will need to remove the existing signs and perform majority of the reconstruction labor in their shop warehouse. This leaves the Stadium Authority, Levi's, and 49ers without naming rights signage for anywhere from 3 to 12 weeks, depending on the complexity of the fix. For removal of existing and fabrication of new, there is minimal downtime of signs, as most signage vendors can remove and replace within days of each other based on access and events. The equipment required on site, I can go on, but I feel like there's a lot of information in this report already that I don't know if we need to have another assessment. I think that it's pretty clear that, you know, paying for another assessment to come up with these, you know, very similar, maybe they couldn't do the repair, but I mean, they're in the business of understanding what the work is. I at this point, don't see that we should pay for an additional assessment. I think that we should look into doing the replacement instead of repair. It would address both the cost and the time concerns, as well as give us additional warranty. And, you know, it seems to be a better deal all around. And the question is not, well, is it, you know, should we repair it? And therefore, you know, it would be on our dime, or should we replace it? I mean, the question is does the replacement constitute a repair? Because if it's not reparable, then I think at some point it is our responsibility to make sure that sign is in working order, and the replacement would constitute the repair. Thank you.
I'm not sure that. Anyways, city, okay.
If I may, Board. The first question with respect to the agreement, it's an agreement between the Stadium Authority and Levi's. I understand the interpretation that Levi's would be responsible for the replacement. That is partly true because of the language distinction in the relevant paragraph, section 5F. The distinction is that the contract makes clear that the Stadium Authority shall be responsible for maintenance and repair. It says that Levi's shall be entitled to replace and upgrade. So I read that language as a right that Levi's can invoke when it wants, not that it's obligated to replace. Unlike the language that was used for the Stadium Authority, which was shall be responsible. So I hope you all understand that distinction. So it doesn't say in the agreement that the Stadium Authority is responsible for replacement. We're not responsible for replacement. So the question for the board is not really a legal one, it's a policy question. Whether or not you want to continue to replace at X amount of costs, or wait until Levi's decides on its own, which it's entitled to replace it at its own expense. So there's not a conflict in the interpretation. It's just that you can continue to continue to maintain and repair the sign, which may not be, as a policy matter, something you want to do, given the cost to replace it. But the interpretation I understand for Levi's is a little bit is partly true in that the language gives Levi's the entitlement. It doesn't give them the responsibility. I hope that makes sense.
Have they asked for a replacement?
Madam Chair, no, we have not been asked by Levi's to replace. It's, like I said, it's a business decision we have to make. In the last 2 years, we've spent about $650,000 in repair costs, 21 and 22. And it can be ongoing as the bulbs keep going out. Then it's not the material, it's the equipment just to get up there and replace or repair. So that's where we are. I mean, to make a business decision, do we continue to throw? Because as I look at it, every time it's 250,000 or 300,000+ for repair. And we don't know how many more times, is it annual occurrence or not? So that's where we are. Now, granted that the previous consultant that was hired by the stadium manager, ADS, Vice Mayor mentioned, their estimate to replace at the time was about 1.2 million. I'm sure it's a little more than that now. Maybe it's 1.5 million. But that's the decision we have to make. Is do we keep going out there repairing and spending 300,000 to 400,000 every time, which will keep adding up quickly, or just replace it now?
Can I ask a question, and then I'll go to Authority Member Chahalem-Becker? Has Levi's ever been approached to ask them if they want it replaced? Because why would we take on that obligation when we don't have it?
Again, let me emphasize, they have not asked us, we have not asked them, but repair is on us to keep them.
I understand that.
We can continue, that's why we have not asked them.
Well, that's why I wanted the third-party assessment to see.
It's your call.
Okay. Authority Member Chahal, and then Becker.
I can answer other questions also.
Okay, thanks. Do you want to answer the other question?
Oh, sure. Okay, Councilmember Becker asked the time to repair. Can we do it within the window that we have? That was one of your.
So I know Councilmember Jane asked, time to repair, will it be ready for football season? Mine was replacement, the opposite. If it was a replacement, would that be ready by football season?
So if we are ready to go, yes, within that window of opportunity, it can be done. Both things can be done within that window to be ready for that. But again, the catch is when you are ready, because even to replace the sign, you have to come up with specs and everything, and then going through the RFP process, all those things can take some time. So it may get deferred to the following season because of that. So we'll have to find an appropriate window. Now, you could do it within the games during the season also, but that window is very small, like a day or two, and to bring equipment in or out or leave the equipment there, that won't look good. So we really want to do it in the off season. Okay, so that's the timing question. I think the contract, Councilmember Chahal's question about whether the contract is between Stadium Authority and Levi's, City Attorney addressed that. Who's responsible? You talked about that too. Next steps for replacement. Now, like Mayor's question or Chair's question, no, we have not been asked by Levi's, and during my tenure here, I have not approached them. So because we were pursuing this third-party assessment, we have not gone out, and that's why we are at a situation now where we have to make a decision.
Thank you. Authority Member Chahal.
Thank you, ma'am. So, City Attorney, I have a question. So it is Stadium Authority's responsibility to maintain the sign in good standing as required by the Levi's, basically, right?
Correct. That's a clear responsibility, and it would do it to infinity under the terms, the duration of the contract. So,
right. So,
regardless.
But if we think it's hard or it's much more financially feasible to replace it versus spending money every year to repair, we have authority to replace it.
That is a policy question. So the mayor's comment about the responsibility to replace it is partly correct. The Levi's, if they decide to invoke the right to replace it, they must pay for it. But it's not a responsibility.
Right.
It's only when they invoke the right.
And they clearly mentioned, in case they take a responsibility, they can change the signage, they can do anything, as I read, basically.
Yes, there is no
responsibility. If they want to change anytime, they can revoke it, they can replace the sign. But my question is, because it is our responsibility, we are getting $7 million every year from this advertising, and if the sign are not playing the role of what they should be playing the role, of displaying the way Levi's wanted. I think it's our responsibility to either repair or replace it. But now the question is, what is more beneficial as a policy? Should we keep repairing it, or replace it, basically? Because the consultant has, I think, given that if you want to replace it, it is much more beneficial because you have a newer design, energy-saving design, and you will have a peace of mind for next 7 to 8 years. So if we want to keep spending money on the repair, well and good, but it's up to the council that this is one of the very best contract Stadium Authority directly has, getting $7 million net directly to the Stadium Authority.
To be clear, Councilmember, the Stadium Authority does not have an obligation to replace.
Yes, we don't.
Just to repair and maintain.
Repair. But if the condition goes such a beyond, like if we are spending more money, we are foolish enough to spend more money every year, 400,000, 300,000, and then instead of replacing it one time for 6-7 years, it does make sense what we need to do, basically.
Authority Member Becker.
Thank you. So I have one question and a couple comments following. So if we were to go and replace this, and supposedly that they're liable if they decided to do it themselves, if we replaced it, do we send them a bill? What happens?
They didn't ask for it to be replaced, so they're not responsible for the bill.
Okay.
It's a policy call for the board to make as to whether or not to continue to spend money to repair and maintain.
Yeah. Okay. So that's what it comes down to for me is this is property management 101, I think. It basically says that if we want to be good property managers and we consistently have an issue with signs, I mean, it's the best option to go out is probably just go and replace the thing, because I think Councilmember Chahal just said it just a moment ago, which was just in my thought as he said it, was it's modern tech. A lot has changed since this stadium has opened. I mean, hard to believe that. Since 2014, a lot has changed in the years since that stadium has opened. I mean, compared to all these new stadiums that are opening now, ours is kind of outdated. So I see the dilemma that we're in. I see that, it is a good practice to be a good property manager, to maintain a well-running stadium. And I don't want to get it to the point where we start having basically a broken signage that then Levi's is going to come in and say, well, why don't you guys take care of that? Why don't you guys maintain that? Why don't you guys fix it? So it becomes this question of who's a good property manager. And I think as good property managers of this stadium, and to respect the taxpayers and to respect the integrity behind the stadium, we should just focus on basically replacing the sign. That's what it's going to come down to, is fixing something that we just can't keep spending more and more money on to fix. Now, I know we keep talking about a third party to do another third party assessment, except when I read the alternatives, it says accept the existing third party assessment. So are we going to just continue to spend more money to basically tell us something that we already know? I mean, that's government waste, and that's what people complain about, and the red tape. So let's cut the red tape. Let's make sure our stadium is up to speed and our stadium is doing the right thing. Because if I owned a stadium and I wanted to make sure it looked right, I would want the sign to look appropriate. And I've seen it when the lights weren't working. So I think that is our best method. So I'm going to say, I'm going to make a motion. And my motion is going to be accept the existing third-party assessment report by the ADS that recommends a complete replacement of the 4 existing Levi Stadium naming rights signs, and direct staff to work with the stadium manager to submit a naming rights signage replacement project for the proposed Stadium Authority fiscal year 2023-2024 CapEx budget.
I just have a clarification. Whose third-party assessment is that?
company called ADS that Stadium
Is that
Authority did not.
Manco's third-party assessment?
That's
So
correct.
You're going to accept Manco's third-party assessment?
Well, I mean, it's their stadium manager. They did
I'm just asking for clarification
So
because we weren't able to get one.
Okay, I mean, it's pretty clear. I mean, if we go and do this again, we're just going to get, I think, exactly the same results. So let's just move forward. Let's do the right thing.
I'll second that, and I will say that if we put out a RFP for repairs and the one bidder showed up and didn't even have the equipment to be able to assess well, and then there's a really obvious comment here, it is unclear what the cost of a complete replacement would be at this time, but it should be noted there have been repairs to the signs and unrepaired areas continue to fail. And I think that's really clear.
Super.
If I may, Board, I just received a copy of a letter that was transmitted to our office in February 2022 from Levi's, the attorney for Levi's, confirming that they were not interested in replacing the sign at the time. I would say that if the board's wish is to move forward with replacement, that we reach out to Levi's just to let them know that it's going to happen, or ask them if they would be interested.
Can I add that to my motion that we do that because I would like that Levi's is at that table, that they know the situation that we're in, and that it's basically going to get to the point where replacement is far more economical than it is to continue to repair.
Are you suggesting that you're going to we're going to tell Levi's that the public is going to pay for the sign replacement? Is that what are you suggesting to tell Levi's?
I'm suggesting that we move forward on a project plan that's
Paid
going
for
to
by
cover this.
Who?
Well, I think that's a discussion that we need to have with Levi's, and I personally think that we should just move forward with this project plan.
Well, that's what I'm trying to clarify your motion. What is your motion? It needs clarification.
It's exactly what it's right here. Alternative number 1 is my motion, and including that we bring Levi's to the table, because now that you said that there was that letter that was as of last year, that you bring Levi's to the table and we explain to them that these are the reasons why we are looking at having the sign replaced. And if they see the similar thing, maybe that they might work with us on that. I don't know, but that's just my thought.
I understand the thought, but if we're going to ask Levi's to say, yes, it needs replacing and we want you to pay for it, that's one thing. If you're bringing Levi's to the table and say, no, the public's going to pay for it, and you're just letting them know, those are two different things for me. I just want to know what the motion is. What does coming to the table mean?
I mean, we could have both options then on the table then. I think this is just an appropriate way to have this discussion.
Well, if I'm Levi's Corporation and you come, our staff goes and says, hey, we think the sign needs to be replaced and we're going to pay for it, I would say, fantastic. Now I'm off the hook. But if you're coming and saying, oh, the contract says that if we're telling you it needs to be replaced, we can't repair it anymore, and what is your option? And they say, okay, well, we'll replace it then it's on their dime. That's the way I think it should happen. But if you're just bringing them to the table to say, oh, we're going to take over your responsibility and pay for it, that's another story. I'm trying to get a clarification of which scenario are you talking about?
Well, I mean, we're already doing this in public, so it's like if we say, well, I want Steve and I want you guys to go and talk to Levi's to make sure that maybe they'll pay for it first. They're going to watch this meeting immediately and know what we're talking about.
Well, we haven't voted yet. They know that you want to pay for it, and Karen seconded your motion, so she wants to pay for it, but they don't know about the rest of the council.
Understand that.
So
I would recommend at the very least we inform Levi's of our intention to pursue a replacement based on the policy rationale that the board lays out tonight, if it does decide to give us direction to do that. If you want to add on to that we should ask them to consider paying for the replacement, I don't see why that is consistent with.
I mean, why wouldn't you say that they're contractually obligated to pay for it? Why wouldn't you advocate for the stadium authority on our side and the public side to say, hey, we don't want to pay for it. It's your responsibility. You pay for it. Why wouldn't you not oh, hi, we're just getting your idea whether we think you should pay for it. I would expect strong representation that the public's not going to pay for it, that it's in the contract that they should pay for it. But if that's not your intention, then...
We'll go exactly with what City Attorney No just said, which is, the full discussion, bring it up, try to get them to pay for it, but this is the project. We want to have this project because it's clearly there is a problem. We're spending a lot of money per year to fix this, so we need to move in that direction.
Madam Chair, can I add something?
Yes, please.
So that's clear direction. I mean, if you vote on that, we will pursue that. We can go back to Levi's and tell them we can play the role of telling Levi's that we believe it's your responsibility to replace it, and let's see what their response is. Regardless, I mean, we won't be able to replace the sign. I mean, we know we are headed in that direction ultimately. First, we want to find out whether Levi's wants to pay or not. Then we can cross the second bridge, so to speak. Who will pay for it? It won't get done during the next window before the next season starts. So we have time to pursue it because we'll have to develop specs and go out with RFP, et cetera, after this first step to go to Levi's. So,
yeah, I mean, the initial question should be, do you want it replaced? Because we can't repair it anymore. It's costing too much and we can't do it anymore. That's what we should be doing.
One last comment, Madam Chair, is that if during this time frame, while we're going back and forth, repairs are needed, then we are on the hook to repair.
We understand that. Everybody understands.
I just want to
clear
for everyone.
We need it, and repair is not replacement, but repair is repair.
Right.
Right.
So there'll be another 300,000, 400,000.
We don't know that. We don't know that, but I would expect that staff and everyone would advocate for the public's position and not be advocating for the other side's position, that it's not the public's responsibility, that it's in the contract. If it's going to be replaced, it's their responsibility because it's their brand name up there. And they're getting a lot of play for that brand name for the amount of money that we're getting. And it's not in our contract to do that.
We'll defer to the board direction.
So please clarify the motion.
Would you like me to read what I have captured?
Yes, please.
So the motion on the floor is alternative 1, with the addition of bringing Levi's to the table and informing them of the board's intention of pursuing sign replacement, and if they would consider paying for replacement.
That they would consider, or they are obligated to?
I mean, they're obligated.
I have a friendly amendment. I've had my hand up for a while.
Sure,
Yeah,
yeah.
we know.
I want to hear it.
I just want to say, whatever action this council takes will go for the term of the contract. The sign will be replaced several times. If the public replaces it now, when we don't have to, and we're obligated to, and we feel like we need to do it now, we're going to be doing it for the next, decades. So it's important. This decision is important. That's why we need to follow the contracts. All right. Authority Member Jane.
The contract is actually super ambiguous, which is why we're having this discussion. But my friendly amendment is such. My understanding is if Levi's wants to replace the sign because they want to make a design change to it, it's on them. We can keep pouring money down. I mean, sometimes if you have a piece of electronics like a phone and it's broken, they will just give you a brand new one, because it's way too expensive. It can be repaired, but it's too expensive to repair. And I believe that's a situation we're in. So what I would do is my amendment is that we approach Levi's and we say, we have spent this much money on repairs. We feel, a consultant says that it's better to replace it. Now, if you would like to change the design in any way, let's negotiate a split in the cost. Because they may want to add more bat wings or whatever they want to do. But then they've changed the design. If we pay for it entirely, they're not changing the design. It's the design that was originally there. That's what I would like. That's my friendly amendment.
I'll accept your friendly amendment then.
They want it.
Authority Member Vice Chair Park.
Yeah, I'd like to add to that, which is I'm looking at Section 5F, and I recall that letter that the city attorney read, and I recall the context of that letter as well. So I'm reading from Section 5F, which says the SCSA shall be responsible for all costs and expenses associated with initial design, construction, production, delivery, or installation of signage and other physical advertising, including naming rights entitlements, and for the cleaning, repairing, and maintenance of all such signage. And that the naming rights sponsor shall be responsible at its sole cost and expense for the preparation of all conceptual drawings and designs and other content for signage in respect to this agreement or the naming rights entitlements. And it seems to me that from a design perspective, because I'm also a design engineer, that there is a split between the maintenance, production, and repair and the design and the design. And the question was, if Levi's wants to change the design, if they want to change their logo, if they wanted to change, then they have to pay for that change. We're not going to pay for them to make a decision they want to change the colors. But it seemed clear, well, this is why you don't want lawyers doing service work or, accountants moving your furniture. But at some point, it does seem clear that the responsibility for the naming rights is the design, the concepts and designs. And if they're going to change that, yes, we're not going to pay for them to change their mind on what the design looks like, colors and logos and things like that. Again, I think that was the interpretation, which is not exactly clear, but it seems to be clear, when you look at it just 3 feet back in 5F. Right? I think that Councilmember Becker made a good analogy, right? And if you don't care about your customer, do the minimum, do what's legally required. But if you like your customer, give them a solution, right? If they see the cracks and the problems the consultant saw, would Levi's ask for them to be fixed, right? And I think that the solution is very easy, which is why don't we just ask them to take a look, right? We can ask them if they want to, help pay for that. We can talk about this without, like saying you have to do this. I mean, if this were Gilmore Stadium, would you want a good fix? Or would you want whatever the city council could finagle in the lowest cost solution for the city? Right? I mean, this city has a problem recognizing that maintenance also has a cost. Maintenance has a value and thus a cost. And that's how the International Swim Center got to the state that it is, and the BMX track. And I think that we need to realize that we've got a customer, like you talk about advocating for the public, we are advocating for the public. We are trying to keep a customer that pays us millions of dollars per year to fund our stadium, a stadium that I didn't even want to bring here. But at some point, I need this stadium to be successful. And I need all the customers that are involved with this stadium to be happy with what we provide. Right? So again, I would like the city attorney to look at this again, slightly from maybe the different types of responsibilities. Like, I don't think they would put in, you're responsible for cars, planes, and cookies, even if they are cookies SF. But I think that they would say, we are going to make you responsible for the design, for the concepts, right? But the production, the repair, the maintenance, that's a completely different thing. And if we look at it from that perspective, because I believe that's the perspective from which the discussion with Levi's was done. Did they want to change their design? And if they wanted to change their design, then they would 100% have to pay to replace their design with a new sign. Because I take good notes. I'm looking at them right now.
Authority Member Chahal.
Thank you. So, as I said earlier, this is very, very good contract we are in, basically getting tons of money. And I agree with Mr. Packer and other council members here asking to, let's go back to Levi's. Let's go back to, I'm going to an extreme extent. Let's go back to Levi's. Tell them, hey, these are your signs right now. Are they okay? If they say okay, let's not do anything. If they say these signs look fine, we don't want to even repair them, don't do anything. And let's have a discussion with them that this, and then clarify about this discussion, because I also understand, like, if we have to maintain this, and during that maintenance, if we are not able to maintain them as a good advertising signs, it's our responsibility to whatever we do repair or whatever we replace it. That's our responsibility as a good business partner, as a good part of the contract, basically. So I'm going to an extent, let's go back to Levi's and ask them, hey, are these signs okay? If they say okay, don't do anything. Let's stay where we are. That's it.
That's a really good idea, because I think that we should follow the contracts. Why in the world? Because why in the world would we go above and beyond what the contracts call for and spend potentially millions of dollars of public money on a sign that we are not obligated to replace? We're only obligated to repair, but we can only repair so far. And all of these conversations, not one has been with Levi's. And that's who our contract is with. They've all been with Manco. And you're all discussing them with Manco all the time. I see it on your calendars. So that's not who we should be discussing it with. It should be with Levi's. And if Levi's is happy with the sign, then we leave it alone. If they are unhappy with it, they have the opportunity to replace it and pay for it, not on the public dime. So we're talking about being good property managers, so we're gonna go above and beyond with the public's money and spend several $1 million replacing a sign we're not obligated to replace. This makes absolutely no sense, and it's a gift of public funds. We cannot do that. We're not obligated to do that. And if we go back and say, hey, we can only repair it so far, I mean, we have to advocate on behalf of the public. We have to. That's what we're supposed to do up here. Follow the contracts. That's all I ask, that we follow the contracts. And what you're proposing here to do anything, the only thing that makes sense is what Authority Member Chahal just said. Go to Levi's and ask them, do they want to replace the sign? Are they okay with it? All right, we have Arthur. Go ahead, Arthur.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Super. I really appreciate this discussion. It's very educational. I love the idea of asking asking Levi's if they're interested in having the sign fixed, if the sign is acceptable to them. But actually, it sounds from the read of the contract that I've heard from perhaps the city manager, I'm not sure, it sounded like the city is responsible for fixing the sign if there's something wrong with it and if Levi's is unhappy with it. In that case, it might be to our advantage to, as many have said already, replace it. And so the question is, and we might have to do that legally according to the contract. And that's a question. It sounded like a statement, but that's a question. Do we have to replace it? Are we legally required to, if it can't be fixed, or if it can be fixed, can we continue? And well, okay, I'm sorry, let me cut to the chase. That was a half-baked idea. What's the return on investment? How long will it take before it pays for us to replace it? Like, if we have to keep fixing it, we might be costing the taxpayers more money by continuing to fix it. So it'd be great if we knew that. And the other thing I wanted to ask, give me a second, about bringing Levi's to the table. It absolutely makes sense to bring them to the table. It's not a weakness to bring them to the table. Like, we could we could replace the sign without bringing them to the table, and then they could decide the next day to replace it, and all our money is wasted. We absolutely have to bring them to the table.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments on this? No? All right. Can you remind me of the motion that's on the floor now?
So there was a friendly amendment of approaching Levi's and informing them of the board's intention of pursuing sign replacement and inquiring if there's an interest in changing the design and discuss splitting the cost.
I accepted that from Councilmember Park and Councilmember Chahals as well.
During the discussion, let's
Yes.
find out if they're
Yes.
okay with the current sign. Yeah.
I accept those.
Yep.
I had some, go ahead.
What was your?
That was when we talk to Levi's, basically, we will ask them, hey, is this sign okay? We don't do anything, basically, during that discussion. If they said, yeah, this looks, it's a little bit dull or a lot dull, but it's okay, we don't need to do anything. That's fine. That can be on the table, basically. And when the discussion goes on, then they can clarify about replacement and
Yeah,
who
that's fine.
replaces-
That's perfectly fine with me. I
who
accept both
replaces,
of their amendments.
Let the attorney decide at that time.
But I do have a question, which is, I guess maybe the attorney or city manager can answer this, which is, you know, I get caught up a lot in the terms in the contract of stadium authority's responsibility is the repair. Levi's is the replacement. You know, I go back and forth, but it gets to this thought right in my head is, say that there needs to be a repair. We find out that, oh, it's actually broken. You can't fix it. Then turn around, Levi says, yeah, no, we don't want to put the money. It's fine. It's fine the way it is. It's one person's opinion kind of thing, or one individual's or organization's opinion. So in that situation, what happens? If the sign's not working, Levi's doesn't want to replace it, we're responsible for repair. At what point does repair turn into replace? I think that's what I'm trying to understand a little more too. So maybe some people that are watching can understand that too.
I think the only clear responsibility in the agreement with respect to maintaining and repairing the sign is on the authority. So to the extent that the sign is not working or functioning, or, you know, the authority has to maintain it. So you're right, there's a blurry line at some point when it becomes defunct. But even then, there is not, the language is very, I didn't draft this agreement. The language is very clear that it gives two different types of obligations to the authority and Levi's. It's shall be responsible to the authority and shall be entitled to Levi's. And it doesn't say that Levi's shall be responsible for replacement. So my view of this language is, I think it's pretty clear that the onus is on the authority to repair and maintain all the signage, all this such signage. And if as I said before, because of that language, it's not, I think it's pretty clear to me that there's different language that's been assigned to Levi's, that Levi's has a right but is not responsible to replace.
It's kind of like ring around the rosy. You're like, oh, this, no, and you're trying to figure out what way, I try to figure out what way it places. So thank you for confirming that. And I wholeheartely agree that this contract is very weird. I think the entire contract with whatever we did with the stadium, it was weird. So moving forward, I just see it as, in my eyes, is the repair factor is we're going to continue to repair, and then we're going to spend, I think, more money on just repairing, and we're going to get nowhere. But I'm all for what the amendments were in my motion, because, yeah, sure, bring them to the table. Let them tell us that it's not working. Maybe things have changed since February of 2022, where maybe they'll understand a little bit more considering the needs or the concerns that this council has.
So there's a motion and a second. Are you clear, city clerk, authority clerk with?
Crystal.
You're crystal clear. All right.
So I'll repeat it again. To accept alternative one and inform Levi's of the board's intention and request Levi's to consider paying for the replacement and hold a discussion on the current sign design and cost.
Yes, that sounds like the motion. It's pretty correct to me, unless anything's been missed.
Okay, Authority Member Park, do you have anything new to add to this?
Yeah, I just want to
conversation?
clarify, which is, at some point, I want Levi's to take a look at both the sign and the contract. Right? I mean, they need to look at the sign. If they see that it needs to be repaired, then they tell us that it needs to be repaired, and we fix it. And again, the question is, can a replacement constitute a repair? And I think that until we answer that question, until we acknowledge that, yes, like if you go to almost any manufacturer out there, a replacement can constitute a repair. I think that's in almost every repair contract out there that says you can do this. Like we are free to either repair it or replace it for you. And for Levi's, I support you supporting Santa Clara, and I'd like you to continue to do that.
All right, I'm not going to support this motion, and I'm actually so disappointed in this board that you are not advocating for the public, only advocating for, in this case, Levi's Corporation, because you've come up with every excuse why you want the public to pay for the repair or replacement when the contracts clearly say if a replacement is warranted, that Levi's will pay for it. I'm just so disappointed, but not surprised. So I'm going to call for the motion now. Assistant City Clerk or Authority Clerk, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, can I make?
Everybody has made their comments ad nauseum, so I'm going to move. I'm going to move forward.
I think you twisted my comments. I said even if they don't even want to do anything,
Yeah,
we're
but that's
okay
not
with
what
it.
this motion is.
I included that this is during the part of a discussion. If they don't want to do
very
anything,
good.
that's between the attorney to decide. I'm saying, but you're twisting my words. You're saying,
I didn't
no,
twist
these guys
any
are
of your
doing
words.
something else.
All right.
So can you include that specifically, City Clerk?
Well, that wasn't in the motion. Now
Okay,
you're saying
can
it
you-
was in the motion. Do you want an amendment to the motion?
I accepted his.
He did accept
I
mine.
accepted
She
it.
read the motion. Are you saying it was correct or not?
I missed.
You missed it?
Can you
Okay.
please
Repeat it.
repeat it, please? Thank you.
Accepting alternative one, informing Levi's of the board's intention, and to request Levi to consider paying for the replacement, hold a discussion on current sign design and costs.
And to make it very clear, ask Levi's if the current sign in as-is position is good to go.
Is that acceptable to the maker of the motion and the second?
Yes, I'm fine with that. I'm absolutely fine with that. And, just wanted to clarify, please don't misinterpret our words. Sometimes we say things and you may misinterpret it some way. We probably do the same thing sometimes. But I just want to let you know, please don't misinterpret our words. And, we're not doing it on behalf of any organization or any entity. We're doing it on behalf of the people of Santa Clara and managing the stadium. And my last comment is, you deserve an award, Nora, for everything you're putting up with right now and all these changes. So thank you so much.
It's a team effort. We're wordsmiths. Thank you. Okay. So I've made that note. I can't do it up here now, but I've got it here.
All right.
Board member.
Roll call vote, please.
Board member Watanabe.
No.
Board member Shahal.
Yes.
Board member Hardy.
Yes.
Board chair Park. Vice chair.
I had a request, which was clarification, but I guess we're not asking questions. But, I mean, my request was, I would like Levi's to take a look before we come to them and say, we would like you to, negotiate partial payments or partial. I would like them to take a look first. I don't think that we should come to them with a deal and then looking at it comes after our proposal. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Is the maker of the motion want to change his motion and the second to include taking a look?
Actually, that's what I said.
Yeah, I know, but the ordering is also, important because it says, inform Levi's of board's intention and request Levi's to consider paying for the replacement. And I'm like, if that's the first thing that I see, that's not what I would go for. Right. Like I would want the ordering to be, I would like Levi's to take a look, and based on what they see, then we have, they may have a completely other discussion.
So basically comparing notes. Comparing notes is what you're trying to say?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think at some point, they need to be part of the discussion, not simply, respond to the discussion that we already had.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Is it okay to suggest something? I know you are deliberating the motions on the floor, and I get the gist of it. Let me suggest that staff send a letter to Levi's and put the facts out there, that this is 8 years old. We've spent so much time and money on repairs. Repairs will continue. However, it's time to replace it, and we believe you have to replace it. Ask them that question. Just put it out there, get the response to that. Then we cross this other bridge of continuing this discussion to repair or replace.
That's a great idea. That's why I wanted that third-party assessment to give them evidence that it needs replacing. All right, so council, authority, board, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Unless there's amendments to the motion, we're in the middle of a vote. So we'll continue with the vote, unless there's changes.
So if executive directors.
I'm asking because we have a motion and a second on the floor. Unless there's changes.
Yeah, that's what
we're in the middle of a vote.
And that's what I'm saying. Okay. If that make more sense, give more clarity, I'm okay with it. I think we are both ending to the same solution. It's just the semantics of what verbiage we are trying to put into it.
Yeah, and in my view, we mean well, all of us, but it's all getting mixed up. Bring them to the table or do this, that. Why don't we take one step at a time? We tell them it needs to be replaced at this time, and we believe you have to do it. Let's get the response from them, yay or nay, just like their previous letter. Then we take the next step.
And let them see what the condition of the sign
That's fine.
Now, basically, if they want to see physically, and then go from there, basically.
All right, authority board, the motion and the second on the floor. Do you want to change anything?
Yes. So let's change the motion. I withdraw my motion. I'm going to make a new motion. I'm so sorry, Nora. I'm going to go with executive director and what he was prescribing. Now I just went blank on what I was supposed to say. So we just send a letter to Levi's. You should finish it.
Yeah, and Stadium Authority's position should be, we believe it's Levi's who should pay for the replacement. Because it's time, it's 8 years old, we've spent so much on repairs, it's beyond repair, and Levi's should pay. Let's see what their response is.
Yeah, that's fine.
Inspect.
Thank you. That's what I've been advocating for all along. That's part of the contract. Thank you, Executive Director. I'll support that.
Yeah, that's my, sorry. Okay. I didn't know I had to add anything else in there. Okay, add to the kitchen sink if we want, but okay.
I'll second that.
Once that is finalized, then we decide what we do.
Right, then it comes back.
I seconded it.
All right, Nora, whenever you're ready to read it, and then.
I do have another.
I understand, but when you're ready, Nora, to read the motion, so we're all aware of what we're talking about.
Send a letter to Levi's expressing the stadium's position that Levi's should pay for the sign replacement.
That's it.
That's it.
All right, motion second. To the motion. Authority Member Becker, your light is on.
No,
Okay.
I do not need to talk. Sorry.
All right, it's on again still. All right. Authority Member Park.
Yeah, so I don't agree with what I heard, and I don't agree with what's on there. I know that's subject to change, but I mean, it's like we're having a very singular view, and that view is take a look at the current sign design and costs and ask if the current sign is fine as is. And that's not what the issue is. I mean, I think that we need to look not just at the design, but we need to look at, is the state of the sign acceptable to Levi's? Right. I think that this idea of 40 years of short-term thinking, of kicking down, of not doing replacements, of not, of just doing short-term repairs, that's how the International Swim Center and the dive tower got to the way they are. That's why we have a cover over the International Swim Center that's dangerous to repair, because we've said, oh, let's do the cheapest thing for the city because that's the benefit for the city. And I think that anyone who knows how to take care of things realizes that sometimes value is determined by what you put into it, not just how little you make it, you spend on making it look acceptable. So at this point, like, I'm going to say, and I say, if the alternative one and have Levi's take a look at the current sign design is not the issue. I don't think that Levi's, unless I've seen them, I don't know if that's
That motion's been withdrawn.
No, understood. But I'm saying even the motion that I heard, which is you're saying that we're going to go to them and say that we would like you to bear the cost. Can you repeat that?
Could you repeat the motion?
The current motion, send a letter to Levi's expressing the stadium authority's position that Levi should pay for the sign replacement.
Yeah, so that's not my position.
I think we should add before that we need to review the condition of the sign in the current position with Levi's. If it is acceptable to them, it's fine. Hey, we don't need to do anything. That letter should not be just to ask them for replacement directly, but review the condition of the current sign.
And that should be included in the letter.
Yes, let's review the condition of the current sign and then decide what we need to.
So we're basically saying you're sending a letter to Levi's expressing the stadium authority's position on the replacement of the sign and requesting to consider the.
Before we putting a condition of replacement, like send a letter to review the current condition of the sign.
That Levi should review the current condition of the sign. And that if it needs replacing, that it's their responsibility.
Needs replacement, then they replace it.
Yeah.
Send a letter to Levi.
Is that okay with the maker of the motion and the second?
Yeah, that would be okay. And I'm seeing Councilmember Park over there. Is there something that you wanted to add in there, or is there?
It's okay now.
No.
Yeah, no.
Was that what you were agreeing to in this?
No.
He didn't agree to that. That's what Council Authority Member Chahal is proposing.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm saying that when it comes to the letter, I don't think that the Stadium Authority actually has a position on the sign at this point. I mean, I still have a lot of questions, and the questions are predicated on at what point does a replacement constitute a repair? And until we have an answer for that, or we've had a discussion with Levi's, then the only motion that I could support is having a discussion, city manager, city attorney, with Levi's and their attorneys to determine if the state of the sign is up to par, and what constitutes a repair if they want it repaired. Right.
Authority Member Jane.
Yeah, the motion as it's currently on the floor, I'm not in favor of. I think the only authority we should give is to have an open negotiation with Levi's and tell them the history of the repairs, show them the ADS report, and then just negotiate with them what they want to do. I don't believe that they are responsible for replacing unless they change the design. That's my opinion.
I will second that if it's a substitute motion.
Councilmember Authority Member Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just going to add that the design, which is the logo, I don't see why they would want to change at this point, especially since it's 145 years old. The logo is 145 years old. But what I would propose, and I'm kind of hearing bits and pieces of it, but it's like if you want to talk about something, I think a letter is good. Requesting a meeting for them to come down to Santa Clara and take a look at the sign, have a discussion about the repairs that have taken place, and discuss the possibility of replacing the signs. And if they feel that it's time to replace the signs, then that's great. It's on their dime. But if they don't feel that it's time for the signs to be replaced and their repairs need to continue, then unfortunately, then that's on the stadium authority. I totally understand that. But I agree with the mayor about the third-party assessment, and the way I recall this discussion when we had it in the past, the mayor was advocating very strongly for a third-party assessment instead of making repairs, and this council voted against it and went ahead to made a motion to go ahead and make the repairs, and then after the fact said, oh, let's do a third-party assessment. I think a third-party assessment should have been done a long time ago, and here we are. And if we're going to move forward, I think at this point, the best thing to do is send a letter, schedule a meeting, bring them down here, take a look at everything, present the information about the signage, the repairs, and then make a decision, have a discussion about it. But to just come right out and say you need to replace the signs is not the way to have a discussion or negotiate this issue. Thank you.
So may I read what I think I'm hearing? Send a letter to Levi's requesting a joint review of the current condition of the sign and discuss possibility of replacing the sign? We're getting close?
Why?
There is a division on this board as to who should be paying for the replacement. So that's where we're stuck. Some feel that we should try to get them to pay for it per contract. Others feel that they do not want to follow the contract and have the stadium authority pay. So whether you go to the Levi's and say, my suggestion would be along the lines of sending the letter saying, this is the current situation of the signs. It's costing a lot to repair. It may not be repairable in the future. Do you want to replace it at your cost? And let them make the decision. And if they come back and say, no, we think it's fine, keep repairing the best you can, or no, we will pay for the replacement, it's up to them. But for us to just go out there and say, oh, we want to negotiate replacement, means that we've already given in and we're using the public's money when we don't have to per the contract. So that's the problem on this board right now, is some want to put the onus on them per contract. Others want to put the onus on the Stadium Authority Board. And so how do we get past that? I thought the executive director had a good idea, to just approach them and do it that way. But if, members of this board want the public to pay for it, let's just, vote to have the public pay for it, and we'll just have to deal with that. But I want to protect the public per the contract and make sure that if it's replaced, that Levi pays for it. So that's why I'm surprised that I would expect all of us to be on the same page on this and just go per contract and have the city staff go through and deal with Levi's, because the only people left out of this conversation is Levi's, and that's who our contract's with. So we don't work for Levi's. We're arguing both sides when we should get their position and their interpretation of this, I'm sure they're just watching us going, we're not going to have to pay for a sign, they're going to pay for it. I don't want that to happen. That shouldn't be happening. We should have just sent a letter and said, hey, the repairs are too expensive. We can't continue to pay for repairs. Because once you pay for replacement, you're on the hook for the balance of this contract. So I like the city executive director's idea. But what's on the floor now? I don't even know. We were close, we were in the middle of a vote, now we're back to stage one.
I believe the Vice Mayor, Councilmember Jane had a substitute motion that needs to be voted on.
So we first vote on whether we accept the substitute motion?
Correct.
Okay.
He had a friendly amendment. There was no second to that from Councilmember Jane.
I believe.
He didn't actually make the motion, but.
So was suggestion, but I do have another comment. So if this sign were to short out and catch fire and just melt, then I believe there's some people on this council that believe that we should repair it, meaning that we should get the welders out and we should be like a Palo Alto remodel where you leave one stud and you rebuild a house around it. So I believe there's some people on this council that think that that is where we have to go because we just have to keep repairing it forever and ever. And I believe that at some point a replacement is equivalent to a repair, like a cell phone. So I'm sticking with that, and I don't know why there are people on this council that keep insisting that a replacement is never a good option for us to pay for, and I don't agree with that. And I'm holding fast to that because we can keep pouring money down the drain at more and more repairs as the stuff ages and corrodes and you know, the plastic crazes and all kinds of crazy things. So I guess I'll make a motion now, a substitute motion. And the substitute motion is that we approach Levi's, we show them the repairs that we have made, we show them the condition, we invite them down, we show them the condition of the signs, and we say, what do you want to do here? And if they say nothing, then we don't do anything. But if they are interested in changing the design, then it's all on them. They pay for the whole thing. But if it turns out that there is, you know, we decide whether it's cheaper to replace than to just continue repairing. And if we get a 5-year warranty on it, that would be way cheaper than continuing to repair since we've spent, what is it? $650,000. So the motion is we have a meeting with Levi's, invite them down here, show them the how much money we've spent, the repairs, and just have a discussion with them. And that's my motion.
So I'll second that.
Do we vote on the substitute?
So that's a substitute motion. We have to vote whether to accept the substitute motion, correct, City Attorney?
Okay. That's correct.
All right.
So can I
Yeah,
get some
go ahead.
clarification? So, Councilmember Chan, you mentioned discuss with them and come up with options after that. You are not asking for replacement, you are not asking, perfect, that's good. Let's start a discussion, and I think our city attorney and executive director know where we are coming from, basically. That will give us a leeway of interpreting the contract also, and discussion of whole scenario, and let's get a feedback, and then the staff can get back to us, hey, this was the feedback, and here we stand. This is what they say, this is what our interpretation, then we decide at that time. I'll be supporting that motion. We are not committing to anything.
So the next vote is whether or not to accept this substitute motion.
Yes.
Okay, City Clerk,
Or if the previous motion want to withdraw his motion, then doesn't need to vote on that.
Okay, first, I would like to withdraw my previous motion.
That's it.
So then now we have a different motion on the floor.
Yep.
And I do want to clarify something that, yourself, Mayor Gilmore, myself, a lot of us on here, we're going to disagree on a lot of issues. I think what's coming down to is there's an interpretation on how all of us are interpreting on how to tackle this. We don't want the public to pay for this. We want to make sure that we're good housekeepers. And I want to make sure that we're doing the right thing, following the right way. I want to follow the contract, but we want to make sure that our stadium looks good. We don't want to make sure that we're running a slum house or something, or, we want to make sure that we're following the rules. But I withdraw my motion. It's just moving forward when we talk about these issues. I think we all have the same thing in mind, the same goal, but it's just an interpretation of how we want to achieve that goal. And I just, Mayor Gilmore and myself, I know we disagree on a lot of these issues, but we need to stop getting away from the accusing us of what we think we're going to do when we aren't going to do that. It's just we have different interpretations. So I just want to make sure that's clear and solid, because it's just an interpretation on how we want to get to the
City
rates.
Clerk, can you tell us what the motion is now?
Okay.
So it's the main motion now. Was there a second?
Yes.
Okay.
Vice Mayor Park.
The main motion.
Approach Levi's, show them repairs already made and the costs incurred, review the current conditions of the sign, and inquire if there's an interest of changing the design or leave as is.
My motion.
When you talk about changing the design, are you talking about changing the logo or the sign? They're two different things.
Changing anything of the visual aspects of the design.
All right. Authority Member Chahal and Park, can we make it short so we can end this discussion? All right, thank you. Park, do you have anything else to add that you haven't said already?
I do, and I keep going back to this, which is, again, I like getting Levi's involved in the discussion, having them come and take a look at the repairs that we've made and the state of the sign, so they can determine if they want additional repairs made, and discuss the topic of, can a replacement constitute a repair? Because unless we've solved that, we have an understanding, have an agreement on both sides, that's what the crux is. And without
You've said
discussion
that
of who
multiple
pays,
times,
that's right.
so
But it's
if
never
we
made it
can
into
move
a
on.
motion. It's never made it into a motion.
Because nobody has put it in their motion.
Okay, and without discussion of who pays until that question is answered. Right? I mean, it's so nice to see people who try to understand contracts and preserve the public good. And oh, look, Chair, you're also here. But I think at some point, we need to look at answering the question of, discuss the topic of, can a replacement constitute a repair? Because if the answer to that question will determine who pays.
The contracts determine who pays, so I'm going to call for the question on this motion. All right, Assistant Authority Clerk, go ahead, please.
Board Member Watanabe.
No.
Board Member Chahal.
Yes.
Board Member Hardy.
Yes.
Vice Chair Park.
No.
Oh, actually.
No, we're voting now.
Ma'am,
Stop,
that's
please.
wrong. The moved by Councilmember Jain and seconded by Councilmember Hardy. That's what I'm trying to point out. Yeah.
I can make that change.
And seconded by Councilmember Hardy. Yeah.
Then we're Board Member Jane.
Yes.
Board Member Becker.
Yes.
Chair Gilmore.
No. So that passes 4-3. All right. Next item we have is reports of members and special committees. Vice Mayor Jane, Council Member Jane.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have two items that I would like to discuss. The first is that I really want to commend the city employees and the staff on the exemplary service during the recent rainstorms. I was in Davis the past 2 weekends. We lost power both weekends. It was PG&E territory, and 340,000 people in Sacramento lost power. I never lost power because my clock was not flashing when I got home. So I would just say that as far as I can tell, we didn't really have any floods, and we didn't have any severe outages. So I just want to commend our city employees for working through these heavy rainstorms, and there's more to come. So the second item that I would like to discuss is that I got a notice today from the city's selection committee. And there's a number of openings that this council may want to consider applying for. There's the Santa Clara County Airport Land Use Commission. There's the BACMUD, the Bay Area Air Quality Management District. There's actually 2 seats available. There's LAFCO, the Local Agency Formation Committee. There's 1 seat there. There is the Measure A Independent Citizens Oversight Committee. There's 1 seat there. MTC, there's actually 1 seat there. Metropolitan Transportation Commission. And there's for the, I don't see, I guess there's just 1 position for the Redevelopment Dissolution Countywide Oversight Board for Santa Clara County. That's the alternate position. And then there's the Recycling and Waste Reduction Commission, or WRC. Finally, there's a San Francisco Bay Conservation and Development Commission, BCDC. So there's 1 position there. So if anyone wants to apply to those, the deadline is actually January 19th. So you can send your application in to the City Selection Committee and apply for those positions. That's all I had.
Councilmember Hardy.
I wanted to also thank staff for all their hard work during all these weather we've had. And I will make a point that it was pointed out that we had staff out there cleaning the gutters and making certain that we were not having the flooding issues, and that they were out there very early in the morning taking care of that. And we're doing much better, and I want to thank staff for that.
Thank you. We all echo that, Councilmember Hardy. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. And that's what I wanted to say. I want to convey through city manager that everyone, I think, has done a tremendous great job. And there were multiple outages, but outages will happen. The question is how soon they bring those back. And that's what happened, like outages or flood, cleaning the streets, everything. Given the emergency situation, they have done a great job. So please convey it to everyone.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes, thank you. And yes, again, the same thing. The staff has just done a tremendous job just keeping the lights on. When I see on social media, just, even the appreciation from the residents, they've definitely been expressing it even, when the power has gone out, and they've just been very good about, just letting the Silicon Valley Power know how much they are appreciated. I just also want to add in the list of commissions and committees that Councilmember Jane just mentioned. He mentioned the Recycling Committee, I believe, and I just wanted to say that I actually chair that committee, and there is an opening. However, it is the committee is divided up into areas, and so there are 2 areas where people have termed off, and it's those particular areas that are up for members to apply for, but this area is not one of them. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, City Manager, your turn.
Mayor, in the interest of time, I can defer it, or I can take 5 minutes if you have it.
Give us 5 minutes. We'll take 5 minutes, and we'll listen to you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Well, This may be my last council meeting, maybe. I'm trying to manage my hours, whatever's left of it. The last meeting, it goes to January 31st. So, and city manager job, as you can well imagine, is not a 2-hour day job. So the hours will go fast. I'll try to manage as much as possible. So that's why I wanted to take just 5 minutes of your time. And I wanted to address not only you, Mayor and Council, but residents and staff as well. First of all, I want to thank you, all of you, to give me the opportunity to come back to serve this beautiful city once again. I came out of retirement, and I didn't even have to think twice when I was asked to come back. And thank you for giving me a purpose, actually, and making a difference. And that's what we do as professionals. Didn't make wholesale changes. A lot of thoughts go through your mind because you want to manage your way. But at the same time, I didn't want to rock the boat. We are a group of professional staff of about 1,000 people. Everyone is so dedicated, and you just talked about what happened during the storms. I have firsthand knowledge because this phone was with me 24/7, and I was getting calls, whether declare emergency. Lisa Schoenthal was calling me, Cynthia is calling me, other assistants are calling me. But I'm firsthand knowledge of Public Works, Parks, SVP, all these staff people are working out there, police, fire. So my personal thanks to them too. And I want to thank staff also to adapt so professionally to my style. Everyone has a different style. They were used to something else. For 5 years, I came in, hit the ground running, and I hope I haven't done any damage to this city and the services, and that I've steadied the ship a little bit. And, people are feeling good about their jobs. I'll give you one example. I hate to mention one person out of 1,000, but this is recent. Our building manager, Ken Winland, he had some health issues, but you may or may not know at Tasman Garage, we had elevator issues. Now, these games are happening on Saturdays or Sundays. Only 2 elevators were working, and there was a chaos at one time. But this guy was up late hours, working on the weekend, working with the vendors to make sure. So we got 4 out of 6 elevators working for the previous game. So it's that kind of dedication, and we have a very good staff here. So some of the accomplishments, again, there's a mixed view, as we see during voting process also. Not everyone agrees, but from my perspective, just bringing the city back and opening communications with our partners, and whether it's developers, you have to communicate. You can disagree, but communication is the best tool. Selling these SPLs for temporary seats, I think that's good for the city. We got a new revenue source from that. Related ground lease was just executed, as you know, for phase 1. Those are good steps forward. And then day to day, I hope I've responded to you when you wanted to meet with me, or you've told me, such and such stop sign is, needs to be replaced, or street improvements need to be done, whatever it is. We have been very responsive, and that's what the staff is here for. And generally speaking, I go back to, I didn't rock the boat. People are there. It'll keep moving forward, but I hope I left it in a little better place than I found it. Positive attitude in staff is definitely there. They are willing to work. There's a can-do attitude. So with that, I again want to thank you all for bringing me back in for this short 10-month period. I'll try to be here on the 31st. If not, you know why. But I will communicate with you afterwards also. And to the residents, again, thank you to them as well for trusting their staff. Now, COVID, of course, has not helped us. I tried to open the city as much as possible. From 2 days, we went to 3 days. At the same time, you don't want to take a risk of, getting people sick. That's a very negative thing. So you have to follow the rules too. But people they jumped at it. They right away came back as I asked them to come back for 3 days. Our finance department windows, for example, where people would come and pay the bills, I mean, they were open only till 3 o'clock. That didn't make sense. So now it's open till 5. So slowly we are opening back up, and people are willing to do that. So I thank all the staff, all of you, and thanks for the opportunity, and Happy New Year to all of you.
Thank you very much, Rajiv, and we do appreciate your service. But I'm going to tell you, we do expect you here on January 31st.
Yes, we can
So
thank,
just take some half days off so you can come.
we can thank you now, but we would love to thank you on 31st.
No, we appreciate it very much. Councilmember Park?
Yeah, I was just going to say that thank you very much for your service, and I'd like to thank you offline as well, but I'm worried that that'd take away from your hours, so.
All right, thank you. Thank you for that. Moving on to our adjournment, I do have an adjournment. Let me ask you, before I do this, City Attorney, do we adjourn if we're going to closed session? Do we adjourn this meeting? How does that work now? Because we're going to go into closed session.
We should, I don't think we need to adjourn.
Adjourn to closed session?
We can adjourn to the closed session.
Adjourn to closed session? Okay, because I want to read this adjournment, so we'll adjourn to closed session. I'd like to ask that we adjourn today's meeting in honor of Jerry D. Scott, a retired city employee. Jerry Scott grew up in Sunnyvale and was a proud alumnus of Fremont High School, class of 1952. Jerry married his high school sweetheart, Dolores Segi, in 1956. Jerry moved to Santa Clara in 1965 and began his career with the city of Santa Clara as an assistant street superintendent. He soon was promoted to superintendent of the street department. And in 1980, Jerry transferred to the Parks and Recreation Department as superintendent of the Parks Division. Jerry retired from city service in 1997. Jerry's involvement in the Maintenance Superintendents Association San Francisco Bay Area chapter inspired the organization to annually award the Jerry D. Scott Outstanding Superintendent of the Year Award. Jerry is survived by his wife of 66 years, Dolores, his children Susan, Kelly, and Mike, grandchildren Sarah, Scott, David, and Cooper, and his brother Bob. I remember working personally with Jerry, and our outstanding parks are a result of his work here in the city of Santa Clara. He was an exceptional gentleman and professional, and he will be missed, but never forgotten in the city of Santa Clara. So may I please have a motion to adjourn to closed session in Jerry's memory?
Motion. Second.
Motion and a second to adjourn to closed session.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Vice Chair Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously, and this meeting is adjourned to closed session. Thank you.